a steel box bridge. So if we just look at timelines, we have in January the collapse occurred. Foundations were poured in April. The concrete I-beams were installed in August. In October, the concrete deck was poured on top of the beams in what's called an in situ process. In other words, the concrete was poured onto the I-beams and the concrete dried there in place. And in probably accommodating for winter, that was done in October, and in November they're doing the remaining metal work. So, the rails, vehicle and bicycle rails on the side. And they expect it to be in service in late December. So some of the things they're dealing with in terms of constraints of local industry is if you look at the vertical supports, so the piers, those cylindrical columns, those are 2.4 meters in diameter. So that was a constraint based on available material and supply. And the other constraint is these I-beams, which are 42 meters long. And so that's the capability as well too. So you've got a 140-meter bridge made from 42 meter long I-beams, and they're 7 wide and then 3 spans. And so this is, Damin, as you mentioned before, the cranes and the need to clear 46 meters. And that the math there works for 3 spans of 46 meters. So Damin, you mentioned the cranes that sometimes need to be placed into the river and the seasonal constraints you have there during high river times in the spring. So we have 3 cranes that were used to assemble this bridge. A 700-ton crane on the main side where the construction was being done, basically the pushing crane. Then there's a 300-ton crane in the valley, and then a 200-ton crane on the other side to help in handling and positioning. And so they put the central beams in first, and then they moved on to the other side beams. And this sort of phasing allowed them to pour the concrete in stages as well too. Pouring concrete, especially as you approach winter, is a complicated process, and you really want dimensional security, stability, flatness, right angles. I'm remembering I toured the Hoover Dam just outside Las Vegas a few years back, and that's a big, thick dam. And so to try and do that all in one pour would have taken years to dry, and plus you'd have concerns about warpage or bubbling or things like that. So one of the innovations, many innovations that was done for the Hoover Dam construction was that it was built in a modular way. So the concrete pours were done in these boxes essentially. And so instead of trying to pour a hole and dry a whole dam at once, it was made modularly out of boxes, and the boxes were stacked on top of each other in order to make the dam. And this was also more suitable for the workers, right? It was more of a human scale kind of a project. And the Hoover Dam was done during the Depression, where employment was important too. So employment of all these workers was a part of the Hoover Dam's business case and appeal to the American public. So when I look back at this bridge, 7 beams wide span of pre-stressed concrete I-beams, good old-fashioned proven method, 140-meter long bridge, 20 meters wide, 2 lanes in each direction. The whole thing done between a January accident, an April foundation start, and at least in November, the concrete is finished, and now it's the steel work and the finishing. Thanks.
Thanks, Ziad. And this is really a question of what will be useful later on, right? What way many of these things got destroyed, especially, for example, on the Nevsky Bridge, across the Dnipro at Kherson. Whatever solution the Ukrainian army might employ, that was probably not the preferable long-term solution, and that bridge will need replacing. Right? It's been probably Swiss cheese to the point where you can't actually fix much of it. Not to mention that there are spans that are gone, frankly. So yeah, it needs to be done anew, right? And what's good to think about is, there will be the benefit of modern engineering and experience of extra decades since that was initially built, to build it well and build it properly.
And I've learned two things since the war started. So I'm an engineer with a manufacturing career going back into the 90s. And in the 90s, I saw, when I was learning engineering, I learned about the Mittelstand and the German trades, skilled trades, and German manufacturing. I didn't know much about Ukraine. And then when I joined the job market, my manufacturing base in North America was being outsourced partly to the Far East and partly to Mexico. And during the 90s, especially, I learned about the economic changes happening in Eastern Europe, but I didn't really know Ukraine very well. So I've learned two things since the war began. One is just how skilled Ukrainian manufacturing, metalwork, etc., are. It's on par with Germany in many areas. And the other is, when we talk about military training and we talk about, let's say, for example, Ukrainian military people going to the UK or, collaborating with Canadian or other NATO groups, it's a two-way learning process. And so uh, I'm close to certain Canadian military people, and it's not just, oh, we're going to come over here and we're going to teach you how to do military stuff. Uh, the Ukrainian military people are teaching their NATO colleagues just as much in the other direction as well too. So yeah, I'm here I am, an engineer talking on MriyaReport, but I'm learning a lot about how my colleagues in different fields in and around Ukraine are adapting to their challenges, and it's very impressive.
Thing is, yeah, and it is, isn't it? And that's something of a reality check as well, I think, for many people around. Actually, since we have Sosi Underly fella with us, do you have time to talk about Transformers a little bit, Sosi Underly fella?
I can give it a try if you have any questions.
I
It's not my
do.
specialty, but I have some. Yeah, shoot. There's a question.
Okay, so Russians have been targeting. So you're from an electrical engineering background. Let's put it this way, right? So
Yeah.
So Russians have been targeting these substations, both ones outside of power plants that connect power plants to the rest of the grid. And this is a nice transition from bridges, right? Because these really are a bridge between the generator and the transport system, let's say, that gets electricity to where people can use it. And they've also been targeting these smaller substations that um, move electricity from stupidly high voltages to slightly less stupidly high voltages. The other connector, the connector really between the long distance grid and the more local neighborhood, sort of the or small city level distribution of electricity. So what really is it, socio-underly fella, that they're hitting before we get into the question of why that's hard to replace?
Well, normally they'd be hitting, as you say, substations. They're like switching yards. So what you do there is kind of like you connect high power lines together, um, and you use these things called disconnectors and circuit breakers to do that. So one thing is basically just the rods that you can hoist up and down to stop currents from going through it. And the circuit breaker is a more complicated mechanical device that's supposed to break currents with like over a high voltage. And these systems are the one of the reasons that you need to have these like slightly complicated uh, interconnecting points or connection points is that you need to you need to have some sort of protection for your lines. So if you say you have like a lightning strike or some kind of short circuits, like the circuit breakers can, or you have relays in like both sides of the line, and they'll disconnect the line to kind of save the grid. And these kind of relays are or can be kind of complicated. They can be kind of made for like local yeah, like local problems that you have to solve for, or maybe like for historical reasons they were built in this kind of way. So when you bomb these switching yards, often it's difficult to get these custom, or it can be difficult to get these custom kind of relay systems and circuit breakers just like out of stock. And I had a quick look at the power grids. I don't know much about the Ukrainian power grid, but you can sort of deduce that they have like what I assume is kind of like a Soviet system, where you have very yeah, there's a lot of like double lines just going straight into like cities, which looks to me like these a type of building a grid that's very like Soviet style, if you will. It's very effective in a way. It's like cost effective. You can move a lot of power, and it looks kind of smooth. So I assume that there might be some local solutions that they need to kind of fulfill. So yeah, it's difficult to just replace those from stock. And I saw some videos as well of like short circuits and Jacob's ladders and stuff coming from transformer stations, which is not good. It's that looks like they've been overloading or not being able to clear kind of short circuits that they've had on their high voltage system. And that could be like if you've bombed a switching yard or a substation, like one of the kind of the quickest way of kind of fixing that is that you just basically tie those power lines together and make like a T shape or a cross. So then you just have three stations just hooked together. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but it's you loop them together, as they say, and then you have like three substations connected on the same line. So then you don't have any protection. You don't have any relays or ways of clearing mistakes for like one of the lines. So if there's a fault, if there's a short circuit on one of the lines, then all the lines go out. And that makes it like a lot more difficult to operate your power grids. And you can get like these really big overload kind of situations where you're overloading maybe a transformer a lot more than you want to. And as for bombing transformers, it's basically a bit of the same. Like the big components, they're difficult to get hold of. They have some there's some kind of ways to like gaffer tape them into a system. They're not supposed to be in, but there's a lot of custom stuff with transformers as well. And if you've ever seen like a proper high voltage transformer, it's it's a pretty big piece of kit, and it's a lot of metal, difficult to get there, expensive to, or relatively expensive to build. So yeah, you could imagine it'd be pretty difficult to get these transformers, for example, from Poland to Ukraine when you're already using your railway lines for yeah, for moving tanks, ammunition, whatever they are moving. I don't know if that cleared anything up. I gave it a try.
No, so I think that that's pretty good, right? And that kind of clarifies why it's difficult to replace things quickly, because a lot of this is somewhat custom, right? It's not the components themselves that are custom, but it's the way that they're arranged is kind of made for the specific job. I've got a more high level question for you. So, looking at the NCOE map of Europe, as you said, Ukraine has a quote unquote Soviet system, in that there seem to be a lot less of a density of lines, and all the lines also seem to be either 750 kilovolt or 300 kilovolt. There's nothing between 300 and 100 kilovolt lines when it comes to Ukraine, whereas much of the rest of Europe is either sort of 380 to 400 or 220, and then it's a lot denser a grid of power lines. What does that mean, that the Ukrainian system is actually more vulnerable because it relies on a fewer number of connections and a fewer number of lines to a campaign, their bombing campaign, like what the Russians are doing right now?
Yeah, in a way, if I understood your question right, there's 2 points to it. Sorry, I have a cough, so I just have to mute sometimes. When it comes to the voltage, it's yeah, to put it like a bit like maybe in a too easy way or haphazardly way. It's like what's most important for you when you consider voltage is just that to have like components that are they're built to handle like the biggest voltage that you're expecting. So if I remember correctly, the Ukrainian grid, their transmission lines, like their most high voltage lines, is like 220 kilovolts. Yeah, you can fact check me on that if that's not correct, but I think that's what I saw. And that means that like your normally your 300 kV kit would probably be able to handle that. Like there are some things you have to consider, but normally that should be okay. Like voltages are kind of like a relative thing. Like you try to keep it in a range and certain limits, but like it'll always vary. Like if the load goes up or some production comes online and stuff, like the voltage will vary. So that's not a huge issue, I think, for Ukraine for like getting replacements, in theory at least. And when it comes to the lines and how they're built, it's generally like if you're like a Soviet engineer and you're building this new power grid, it's kind of alluring to have like one what's it called, route, I think, like a power grid route, and or canal, I think it's called, with just 2 lines. You have one set of pylons that carry 2 lines. It looks very smooth. You're always redundant in a way, like because you need to get like power from one place to another. It's you always have 2 lines. That so if you need to do maintenance on one, you can always have the other in or connected in a way. But it leaves you vulnerable with redundancies, like if somebody's bombing your pylons, your power pylons, then of course you have like 2 disconnects in one go, and that's it's a difficult. It can be a difficult thing to handle for like a power grid operator. That being said, I actually assume that how like the power grid is operated now in Ukraine is probably in a way that's it's called radial radial operations, I think, in English. So basically, you'll just have a power grid, and then you have like a line going out to a load, and there's no like, it's not a web, it's more like just a direct supply route. And what you normally want in a power grid is that you're interconnected in a web, kind of, so that like you can lose one line, one power line, and like the load or the electrical power will distribute itself across the rest of the lines in the grid. And I don't think that's how the Ukrainians are operating right now, considering yeah, how little infrastructure they have or probably have left.
And this
Yeah.
also this also is consistent with saying, you know, one city comes online, then another city, then another city, then, right? That it's done in this more segmented manner.
Well, that, yeah, in a way, but that's probably just because they don't have enough. Like they're trying to rotate the like who gets power. I think that's more of a capacity thing. Like they use all the capacity they can in the grid, and doing it radially is a good way to do that. Like you sacrifice reliability for capacity, so you can increase your capacity, but you have a much lower degree of resiliency in your grid, in a way, at least. So when they have like one town or distributing power to one town, then disconnecting that town and connecting another town to the grid, that's probably more of like a reflection of how little capacity they have in the grid, or how little production capacity they have. If that.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's very good, very sensible. Thanks for that. Ziad?
Yeah, I'd like to supplement a bit of what Saucy Yonderly fella is saying, and also give him a chance to give his voice a break. I learned a lot from what he said. I have worked with electrical and power engineers a bit in the past, and in particular with medium voltage distribution systems for industrial uses, IT centers, etc. So I just kind of was making notes, and I kind of wanted to go through some of the points he was making. He spoke about two kinds of equipment that you have in the switching yards. One being the relays, sometimes they're also known as crossbars. I might be mixing in some telecom terminology there. And then the other being the circuit breakers. And both are important. So the relays or the crossbars are important for redistributing power intentionally. So you're saying, I'm going to take power from this transmission line and direct it here, or I'm going to direct it within my switching yard from here to here. So these are mechanical movements of thick metal bars in order to redirect power. But you also need the other type, which are the circuit breakers, because you want to protect your network and you want to prevent blackouts and, most importantly, prevent cascading failures. So even in, well, I know them very well in North America, and there's a very famous cascading failure that happened in New York, where what happens is you have surge protection or current protection, that you don't have too much current going through a part of the network. And so if there's a squirrel that jumps onto a power line and causes a short circuit, it will then cause a local blackout in that area, and it'll cause power to be delivered from another power line to that area. And if that delivery of power from the other area exceeds the current carrying capacity or the thermal capacity of those lines, it will trip a breaker, which will then say, oh, okay, so this blackout in region A and this blackout in region B have occurred. So let's pull power from region C and D to serve A and B. And in doing so, sometimes you can pull too much current or generate too much heat, and then region C and D trip, and you end up having a massive cascading failure. And it's almost like a mini baby boom. There are babies born during these multi-day blackouts that spread over large neighborhoods. So the two types of equipment in the switching yards that Saucy Yonderly fella said, yeah, part of it is for intentional redistribution of power, and part of it is to protect your network and protect a local blackout from becoming a regional blackout, from a couple of hours event to a massive event. And this gets a lot more complicated when you have an enemy bombing your facilities. There's another part he talked about, which is the transformers. So, you have 750 kilovolt distribution lines. So this is the longer distance. And then you have, you get to a city level, and then you get to a neighborhood level, and then you're doing more uh, local local transmission. So distribution is big distances, and local transmission is smaller distances. And you have to step down the voltage. So you're stepping down from 750,000 volts or 300 or 200,000 volts down to 20,000 volts, down to 40 or 50. I'm not sure what the local distribution network requires, but if you think about it, you've got essentially just put your two hands together and link your fingers together. So you have an equal number of fingers. So if you're pouring 220 volts in from one side and you have an equal number of fingers, you're going to get 220 volts on the other side. But if you take your 4 fingers on one hand and you only put 2 fingers on the other hand, you have twice as many windings, twice as many rolls in one hand versus the other. So you're going to step down the power from 200 volts to 100 volts. And so this, when you put 2 coils together and you use magnetism to convert the voltage from one coil to another coil, depending on the number of windings in the coils, that's the essence of transformers. And, I'm just talking about a small scale, let's say a 220 to a 108. But you have much, much bigger transformers that are dealing with 750 kilovolts and many, many megawatts of power. So yeah, these are very complicated pieces of equipment, and they have a long lead time to manufacture. Yeah, this is the hard part. They're big, they're heavy, and often they're custom designed because they're made to convert a certain voltage and current coming in from, let's say, this nuclear power plant or this thermal power generating plant into this substation with this neighborhood. And yeah, it's a real challenge. So kind of in summary, you have 2 major kinds of equipment. You've got switching equipment, which is both intentionally mechanical moves as well as automated surprises. And then you've got the transforming equipment, where you're stepping down from a high voltage to a low voltage in order to distribute to smaller regions and cities and neighborhoods. And when a power network is developed, the manufacturing of these transformers especially happens in parallel. And then when you suddenly start wiping out parts of this network, the global capacity to manufacture replacements is stressed. The global capacity is pretty well built around new housing and new city development. And so trying to switch it now to replace in an emergency is quite a challenge for this kind of gear. And yeah, happy to be corrected or updated from Saucy Underleaf fella. I learned a lot and hope I gave your voice a break.
Well, thank you. Yeah. I don't think there's anything to correct there. Sounds pretty much correct. I might add one thing. It's more of a thought. I don't know if this is something they'll do in Ukraine, but it's I know that like in Norway, and I think in Finland as well, and probably other places, like when the Marshall Help came, like we were in the Cold War, and the Marshall Help was used to like build out the power infrastructure of at least Norway, and then you had like more of a focus on war, and some of these switching yards were put on the ground to be more robust in case of war. And back then, you didn't have these kind of Nowadays we have switching yards that are kind of encapsulated, like they're built in like one big lump. They're called gas insulated um, switching yards or something. It's called GIS in Norwegian, I think. And so they're basically like your normal switching yard. You'll see them outdoors. Maybe drive by them, and they're like these huge things with like a lot of pylons and lines going everywhere. But these things, they're much more compact. They're like just like a heavy, almost like a lump of steel. They can look pretty. Maybe actually they look like the International Space Station or me in a way. Anyway, these things are easier to put on the ground now, and you can buy them in kind of like these custom, or not custom, but like generally fabricated, simplified, almost like a container containing like a full switching kind of bay. And I think these things should be possible to put on the ground quite easily, and that they're easier to ship maybe as well. Maybe a bit more expensive, I'm not sure. Probably a bit more expensive, but still easier to ship because they're just a container. And I'd be interested to know if that's like a solution that they're trying to implement in Ukraine. Just digging a hole and lumping these GIS switching base underneath, and then have like a cable and connect that cable to a power line above ground. Power lines are normally easier to repair, for example, than like a switching yard, which is more like a mechanically complex kind of construction. Siad?
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to add to or amplify one of the points you talked about with redundancy and the radial construction. So that's also known, at least in the West or in North America, as hub and spoke type design. And so this is where you got, let's say, your power generating plant in the center, and then it spreads out to reach the demand in different neighborhoods. So yeah, the power plant is at the hub in the center, and then lines go out. So yeah, that's where you don't have the redundancy. And I know we do this in telecom. I don't know whether you do this in power distribution, but we look often more for a ring design. And so um, it helps in two ways. One is it helps in that if part of your if things are primarily on rings, if part of your transmission or distribution line is damaged, then it's fed from the other part of the ring. So that's one thing. And then the other way, so that's a security of supply. And the other thing about ring design as well too is it's important to synchronize to make sure your power is in sync at 60 hertz or whatever. And so when you have a ring and you have different um, devices on that ring that are regulating the power, then you have less of a chance of uh, uh, lack of compliance with your frequency, with your power frequency. Um, when you generate power by turbines, there's kind of a natural, from the way the turbine is spinning, the momentum of the turbine spinning, there's kind of a natural enforcement of the frequency. But when you get into more distributed power that isn't using turbines, then it's harder to keep that regulation of the frequency. And this is where yeah, it's more concern as we get into more distributed power, right? Europe is doing that. Ukraine is looking at using distributed power, solar, wind, other more local projects. And this is where you still need to be connected to big spinning turbines in order to regulate the frequency on your network.
Interesting, right? But this is also why they need these big substations outside in the first place, right? Does either of you want to comment a little bit on um, how clean is electricity? How stable is electricity coming straight out of generators? That's part of the reason why you need those big installations outside, right?
Yeah, I can answer. I think it's like how it's clean in a way, but it's kind of the reason why you get like this smooth sinus curve when you're if you're inclined to do that when you measure the voltage in your power sockets, it's kind of like a clean curve going up and down. And the reason for that is both that like some of these generators are quite good, can be, but mostly because they're like a product of like all the generators in the system trying to imitate in a way the sinus curve. So they're all contributing to this curve, and it's also a product of the fact that like the generators is around I forget what the like the coils that's inducing these voltages is a round object, so there's that as well. So in a way, it's quite clean, but it's often low voltage, like very low voltage and a very high current, which means that it's kind of difficult to manage in a way. Like you have to have really fat, like big connectors or conductors, because there's a lot of current. So if it's too small, it'll get heated up very quickly. You have a lot of magnetic fields as well because of all this current. So you have kind of specialized transformers for this. Normally they are a part of like the power plant. So they're more often than not they're not a part of like the switching yard that's outside. The reason why I have like a switching yard outside is often that you try to you have like this design in your mind of how the grid works, and you need these substations. It's just a necessity in a way of how you want to construct the larger grid, like how the structure of the grid will look. And when you connect these power lines and the transformers and the power plants together, you need the switching yard to do that in like a proper way, to retain redundancy and flexibility. Like maybe you want to push like power from one line and to the other, then you need a switching yard to do that. In general, you need that to be flexible, to be able to control your grid. Yeah, I don't know if that answered your question, Doman.
No, I mean, in part it did for sure. But this is good, right? This is important. This is partially explaining why they need to be there. Why you can't just hook up, wires straight to the power plant and go for it, right? You need that intermediate step. Ziad?
Yeah, if I can add on, as far as cleanliness of power, it's something that's immediately obvious to citizens, right? Because we have electric clocks all over the place. And so one of the things that power plant operators and power network operators do is they make sure that if it's a 60 hertz network, that's 60 cycles per second, clocks are based on that. So they make sure that during every 24-hour period, all of those cycles are there, and they sometimes might add or subtract cycles in order to make sure that's in sync, because people are going to notice on their clocks, they're going to go, something screwed up with the power, my clocks are behind or my clocks are ahead. So that type of cleanliness is outside of war zones fairly easy to manage. The other part that Saucy Fellow was talking about, a bit beyond my understanding, right? And that's the quality of the sinusoid, the quality of the waveform. And when you look at this sinusoid, it's very well matched to a rotating turbine, right? So if you think about a rotating turbine, so just think about a drum that has a magnet on it. And as the drum spins, the magnet moves around in that circle. So when the magnet is close to you, you've got the field going in one way. And then as the magnet pulls away from you, it goes down. And then when it's at the opposite end, it's at the opposite end of the sinusoid. And then when it comes back up again, it comes up to the peak of the sinusoid again. So you get a very high quality sinusoid from a turbine that's spinning. And then it's related to the second point I want to make, which is about networks grow organically, right? So you'll have a nation, and you'll have power generation in it from different plants, and you'll have those plants modernizing or older plants being replaced by newer plants. So these all have different loads and capacities. Then you also have the country growing and growing past um, uh, uh, planning expectations. And so you're supplementing, you're using distribution lines to move power from a place with high supply to a place with high demand. And then you have all the associated distribution and transmission um, um, switching yards and substations in between to go, well, this is where people want to live, but this is where we generate the power. So it's very difficult to say, I'm going to design this country and I'm going to use just particular modules. I'm going to build it in a very modular way, only particular power generating plants, only particular transformers, only particular substation gear, because life just overtakes you. Where people want to live change, and often it's the private sector that's building these power plants, and their technical innovations are outdoing the plans. And you're not going to hold back on a power plant that's producing twice as much power just because you have designed it for a much less powerful plant. So it ends up being beautiful chaos, right? You end up having innovation on the generating, transmission, and distribution side matching where people want to live and how they develop industry and create demand. And it then becomes a very, it's a like I said, beautiful chaos. It's kind of a different form of life in a way, right? An electrical distribution network is almost like a living organism that's customized for its environment, that evolved to meet its environment. But then when it gets damaged en masse, it's very, very hard to replace because it's not a bunch of Lego pieces being replaced. Thanks.
Thanks, Ziad. I think that's a really good point. And this is what makes it a little bit more difficult to fix as well, because it needs to be, if you fix it 90%, but if you fix it 90% in the wrong way, it's as though you've done 40% rather than 90%. But in other ways, if you do it to 90%, it's closer to a 98%, if that kind of makes sense, right? If you do the right bits, then you've done a lot more than if you just do some bits, but not quite the right ones. Right, Nale, hi.
Yes, hello. You have summoned me by talking about electrical stuff, but I wanted to ask this. I think he's Danish or Norwegian power engineer. That why is electricity exported in DEC? What's the point? And then a comment about the residential feeds and the problems therein, because usually, at least here where I live, if you have some sort of more delicate equipment you want to hook up to the wall outlet, let's say, the problem is that the neutral is not quite neutral and the ground isn't quite ground either. So that's my contribution today. Thanks.
Yeah. So your last question, I'm not. I don't think I can answer that in a good way, because that's like the the mystery of how like a power system works on. When you come down to like utility or customer the customer side of things, things like there are a lot of different solutions. There's a lot of like weird fixes, and electricians having done yeah, they try to solve some problem, and then it's strange, like the behavior of the grid changes like on the local level. And as you point out, like the neutral isn't quite neutral. Maybe there's a leak of voltage somewhere. Like there's a lot of stuff happening, and I'm not really very proficient in that personally. When it comes to why you export power in DC, you don't always do that, but you're probably talking about these high voltage DC links that you can see. I actually think they have one in Ukraine as well, come to think of it, but at least you have them across Europe. And normally that's because, for example, Norway has some quite long high voltage DC links to, for example, the Netherlands and Britain and Denmark. So those are cables that are put underneath the sea, and incidentally also targets for Russian submarine warfare, it seems now. And like there's a lot of reasons, like from an engineering point of view, why you do that, but probably the main one is if you put like an AC cable many hundreds of kilometers under the sea, what you basically have in an AC cable is that you every time, like 50 times a second, or depending on the frequency that you have in your grid, that like sinusoidal wave that you were talking about changes the magnetic field around the cable. So basically, what happens around this cable is that you magnetize everything that has like an electrical charge, or so like any ions or crystals or whatever. So 50 times a second, they will like move up and down and change. It's not called polarity, I think, but like they'll move back and forth 50 times a second, which generates heat and a lot of other stuff. But like in general, that's just like a huge loss. So once you're like over maybe 100 kilometers, I don't remember right off the bat, like the losses in such a cable would be just humongous. So that's why you do it like in you convert it. It's a process that requires like some pretty big kit on both sides of the cable. So yeah, it's quite expensive to do, but it pays off in the way that you have like yeah, the losses can't even be compared. Like you have maybe a percentage or two of loss in that cable, compared to probably like 15-20% if you try to do this in like an AC way. And the reason why you don't get the same effect when you do it with like a DC current is that the current isn't changing 50 times a second. So going from plus to minus 50 times a second. So you'll just have like this magnetic field that's induced, and that magnetic field will just be stable in a way. So yeah, you don't have to change the magnetic momentum, I think it's called, or something. Yeah. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. So, are you trading? Wait a moment. So you're trading voltage, or you're trading heat loss for voltage loss, then, in plain English, or am I wrong?
Nah. What you're trading in like an engineering sense is you're building a huge kit that's very expensive and difficult to maintain, and you have these converters that produce that are quite expensive to run and maintain. So that's like your loss. Like in theory, you'd probably want to run your whole grid as a DC grid. That would be more effective in a way, but like that would exclude the use of transformers, and they're more difficult to to use. Like you have to invent like a circuit breaker that only takes DC current. Like there's just a lot of historical reasons for not doing it, and technical reasons. But in general, DC is more effective because of that. Yeah, the thing with like you don't have to change the magnetic field around the power line of the power cable 50 times a second, or 60 if you're in a 60 hertz grid. that's the main, like that's the basics of it, I think.
Ziad?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That's my understanding too. I know a little bit about high voltage DC because in my province of Alberta, Warren Buffett's power transmission company is shipping a lot of power from northern Alberta from coal fired power plants using high voltage DC cables that were built in the last few years along a highway that I drive upon quite a bit. And so, yeah, that question about are you trading voltage for thermal losses? Not really. It's more magnetic losses. So having the alternating current, having the power go through this sinusoid generates magnetic losses. You're converting electricity to magnetism. And so you lose 5, 8% or more. You do get a little bit more thermal load on the lines when you use DC, because when you have AC, you have positive power, zero power, negative power, back to zero, back to positive again. So there's a time when your line isn't loaded and it gets a chance to cool a bit. When you have DC, there's always a constant load on the wires, so there's a little bit more heating. That's my understanding as well. I want to be careful about saying I agree because Saucy Underly fella is the power engineer and I'm not. So, but I'm lining up my understanding with his by saying that, yeah, you have simpler equipment on the ends when you don't have to rectify and then, in other words, convert AC to DC and then reconvert back up to AC. So you don't have these conversions back and forth. The other benefit of using, two other benefits of using DC, really see them in Alberta, is that because you're carrying more current on the lines are thinner, and the towers then therefore can be smaller. So you're putting much more power across for less massive towers, which is important when you have a scenic environment like mine, beautiful, beautiful province, and also important for the cost. And then the other part is, when you're transmitting power from one region to another, especially sometimes if you're going international, you've got 50 and 60 hertz differences or even minor differences. So when you're dealing with DC, you don't have to worry about synchronizing from the transmitting region to the receiving region. It's all DC. Thanks.
Thanks, Ziad. No, I just thought, this was an interesting thing to breach a little bit because of all of the trouble that Ukraine is going through with its electrical system, right? And why it's so hard to repair and why it's so hard to replace parts. And I think this is something that all of you collectively have touched upon really well.
And I think people who are doing maintenance or repair, they have the same problem, right? Is, do I get an exact replacement of what was damaged, or do I look at what's more available, more modern technology, but then how much else do I have to change in the network? So, I could use, it's not like stuff is sitting on the shelf, right? But I could use something that's newer, an existing design that's being manufactured recently, but then I have to change other parts of the network in order to be compatible with it. So, do I custom make something that's 30 years old, or do I use something that's a more recent design, but then have to change other parts of my network? Thanks.
Well, exactly. It's a delicately balancing system, right? It's not trivial. It's not a trivial effort, and this is a really important aspect here. There's only so much that you can do. There's only so much that you can do, even if you have some parts, because you need the right things, or you need to figure out how to adjust everything else downstream and upstream a little bit so that it works, and works well. Right, excellent. Interesting. Sorry, just some interesting news coming up.
I'll just quickly say while you're doing that, the expression we have in North America is plug and play. So you have a part, it's damaged, you unplug it and you put in an exact replacement and you just plug it in and plug and play. So plug and play would be great, but some of the stuff you're replacing is 30, 40 years old, custom made, made on site often. So it's hard.
Exactly. Right. Thank you, yeah. Thank you, Socio Fella. Thank you, Nale. Thank you for all the contributions. Charles, I've got a question for you. And this is going to circle back to something we were discussing hours ago, and that was probably being discussed overnight a little bit as things came out. JDAMs. We're having a lot of people waking up. It is 6 a.m. on the East Coast of the US. I see people popping up, brewing their first morning coffee and wanting to hear the most recent news. JDAMs were suggested as something that might be going to Ukraine pretty soon. Would you like to give people a quick little primer on what JDAMs are, Charles?
Yeah, sure. So what we're talking about here appear to be kits that can be attached to dumb bombs that make them precision bombs. At least that's what the article is saying. And these would be, these positioning devices, which I believe they're GPS guided, but I'm not exactly sure. I'd need Carlos to help me out there. But essentially, what this does is this would give the Ukrainian Air Force, fixed wing Air Force, the better ability to support their troops on the ground, not only for troops in contact, but also further away. So they are, as Carlos explained over the evening, they are a standoff munition. They don't fly forever, but they could hit targets within the battle area, but further behind the front lines. That means then the fixed wing aircrafts wouldn't necessarily have to cross the forward line of troops. So it's a great capability. I mean, it's something when I was in Iraq, it was a common munition that was used when I called for air support. Always nice to have. Ukrainians haven't had something like this with this level of accuracy. But I think another thing we're discussing is, kind of what does this mean for the future? I think Axel mentioned as well that perhaps this is some kind of signal that NATO allies and the Ukrainians are expecting the airspace to change. But that's basically it. So we'll see. Hopefully it's confirmed. But that's kind of a summary of what we discussed without going into all of the technical details, which I'd need one of our Doolittle guys to explain as well.
Thank you, Charles. Yeah, it's little bits like that, right? It's not just about the thing, but what does it mean that Ukraine would have that thing? What else would they need? What else would they need for it to be sensible? And, the critical thing was it needs to be released from a medium altitude, or I guess a higher than medium altitude. But Ukraine has shied away from operating at medium altitude because medium altitudes are where Russian air defenses can shoot down Ukrainian planes. So does that mean not so much in the way of Russian air defenses, or something else changing that would make these a whole lot more useful?
Yeah, exactly. And that was where the conversation was going last night, is sort of, okay, well, how does this fit into the overall, and what does that anticipated air picture look like? Is it more permissive for fixed wing aircraft that they can release those things at medium altitude? They can't be flying at treetop level and use these weapons. They need to be higher. Yeah, and it kind of goes back to the question, what air defense doing, right? And what other kinds of things might we expect to see to make it so these JDAMs would be useful? Would that mean airframes? Would that mean further EW stuff? And again, then it goes into the Doolittle area. But I know Carlos was talking at length about all of this stuff and how this all fit together, but I have to leave it up to him because even he loses me on that one.
What I like is that this is coming on the tails of the Patriots, not quite announcement, but basically announcement, right? What does that mean? If Ukrainians are being given these right after being given Patriot, these are, I won't say milestones, but they are something of of a marker of a particular set of things, right? A particular level of weaponry, and the more of these, the better, obviously. But it might be suggesting a slightly different level of treatment of Ukraine, a slightly different level of supply of Ukraine. And hopefully, down the road, this might lead to an improvement of their ground fighting capability, of their ground fighting capabilities, with some other Western manufactured equipment. Wouldn't you think, Charles?
Yeah, definitely. And Secretary Austin and his counterpart, the Ukrainian defense minister, both use the phrase, the next phase. And it's kind of like, okay, well, what does that exactly mean? But it gives some kind of indication that perhaps they've discussed this, and they have something in mind. I'll be patiently hopeful. Let's put it that way, Joe.
Phase 2, precision guided boogaloo.
Yeah, phase 2, Ukrainian air superiority. Don't know.
But I think it might be this, right? I think it might have been just, maybe it's the particular, I won't call it an affliction, the particular framework, the particular mental framework that, say, the US planners would be operating within, right? Which would effectively be air superiority. That they've just looked at all of this and thought, you know what? All of this would be just so much easier if we would get to use all of the thinking that we've developed over the decades, and that kind of necessitates air superiority. Would that be so hard to achieve? Now, what do we need to do for Ukraine to satisfy the assumptions that we normally work in, and normally work within at least a sufficiently great level that we don't have to start thinking everything from scratch? Maybe it's just something, really that simple, really that straightforward. I would certainly appreciate something along those lines. That's for sure.
Me too, totally. I mean, this goes back to the discussions when we were talking about medevac and Kazovac so much, especially before Sarah's trip to Washington, D.C. to talk about that topic specifically. All the guys who'd served in NATO militaries were like, helicopters. That's the way to save lives. That's the way to treat wounded. That's the way to get them to high quality care as quickly as you can. But of course, that's based on a foundation of at least local air superiority. And who knows? This is why I'm patiently hopeful, because then we've got these longer range precision capabilities that the Ukrainians have shown, and we've asked what air defense doing, and so they're going to move S-300s back further to guard bases in Kursk and wherever they need to be. I know that I'm putting a lot of data points here together, which may not be linked, and I don't want to speculate too much, but these are all kind of these signals where it's like, oh man, I can be a bit hopeful here.
But I think that's exactly it, right? That is exactly it. It's a question of putting it all together, of making the situation sufficiently untenable in sufficiently many places, to be able to kick Russians out, in short, but in a more granular form, right? To be able to get bit by bit, district by district, liberated, take it back from the Russians, and eventually get to a point where Russians said, you know what, it's not really worth keeping these last few hundred square kilometers. We might as well just pack up and go home and say that we've succeeded in doing whatever we wanted to, and that's it.
Right, and if the ISW report from today is to be believed, there is still this talk that Russia will somehow use their mobilization, and that they are building up some kind of reserve to resume offensive operations in the spring. So the clock is ticking. What have we got, about 4 or 5 months to get ready or to initiate whatever that next phase of the war is. So yeah, but like you said, I sometimes I try not to put things together that don't belong together, but sometimes these things lead to, these data points lead to hopeful thoughts for what this next phase will mean.
Absolutely. Thank you, Charles. Ziad.
Thanks. Yeah, after we had that power discussion, I remembered I had a couple of tabs open related to the early question Charles had for me related to upsizing 25 millimeter artillery to 35 millimeter artillery for the Gepard tanks, the Gepard Gepard air defense tanks, which are being used against the Iranian drones, for example. So I just replied back to the tweet for this space with two articles in one tweet. One is, forgive me if you had discussed this already, but this is what I found that might be useful for sort of the European phase of your discussions as I'm about to head to sleep soon. So it seems that it's the Swiss that are blocking the ammunition transfer to Ukraine of this artillery that Germany had of this artillery for the Gepard tanks that Germany had given to Ukraine. So the Swiss neutrality treaty that prevents them from allowing their material to be re-exported into a conflict zone seems to be what the obstacle here is. And so, Charles, if I'm correct, this is what's behind your question about upsizing from 25 to 35 millimeter?
Exactly, because since that, and there was some questions of how strict that export restriction may have been, but the idea was that so this is why the announcement today, when I picked it up in the newspaper, or looked it up in the newspaper, that Rheinmetall will be expanding production inside of Germany. That was the background of the question.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad. That's the other link I found is in that same tweet. I also put the link to Rheinmetall defense plant in Germany, and their munitions plant specializes in 40 millimeter ammunition. So yeah, my sense is if they're able to make 40 millimeter, they're able to make 35 millimeter as well. So it looks like something will have to move. Either the political obstacles will change and the existing manufacturing process for 35 millimeter will be used to export to Ukraine, or possibly this plant in northern Germany at Unterlüß, it looks like is the name, might be modified slightly to make 35 millimeter ammunition for the Gepards.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ziad. I really suspect that they'll just move the whole production line just from northern Switzerland to northern Germany. Easiest thing to do. Victoria, hello.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
I think we're doing relatively well. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm working on getting both the transformers to Ukraine and also on breaking the wall on this issue with the Swiss neutrality status, especially taking into account what we've heard during our advocacy trip last week. I understand that it's not a case which is unsolvable. It's just going to take time, which we don't have, obviously, but still, there is still hope for the solution, and it's coming from different angles. And if you want, I can share with you really briefly what we were discussing with the politicians there and with the journalists as well.
Oh, yes, please, absolutely. And, this must be quite a bit of an issue in Switzerland specifically because a few countries, Rheinmetall here from Germany, obviously, but also I think Denmark and the Netherlands said they'll no longer be buying Swiss-made armaments because of these re-export restrictions. So it must be a bit of a blow to the industrial sector overall, Victoria.
Yeah, so a couple of points. The first point is that there are politicians who consider this neutrality status to be outdated in the way when it comes to proper reaction to what is happening on European continent, on European soil. And what they're saying basically is that there is Article 184 of Constitution of Switzerland, which basically allows to take measures when the interest of the country, security interest and the security concerns are at stake. So that's the first point, is that they were making that we can have a waiver, or not a waiver per se, but look at the war in Ukraine as a threat to safety and security of Switzerland as well. So in this case, if the war in Ukraine will be treated as a threat for the country, then they can make a reference to this Article 184 of the Constitution, and then it should unblock the issue of providing ammunition for Gepards. So that's the first point. The second point that we've heard is that major buyers, as Dominic, you're correctly mentioning, partners of Swiss companies, they have to, military companies, I mean, those who produce the weapons, etc. And they should put the pressure. Ukraine doesn't have any leverage over Switzerland, obviously, but we need to also create like a coalition of those countries who are buying weapons from Switzerland, and try to convince them that this is the right move to provide the so needed ammunition for the parts. And there was a third point, a third comment made by one of the journalists that a little bit confused me personally. Apparently, what that journalist was telling us, that Switzerland, they made an introduction to a specific law sometime in April of this year, and the one that actually puts the limits or restrictions, not the limits, but restrictions on the use of such ammunition as the one that is used for Gepards, that countries in the Middle East should not get a hold of them. So the law that was introduced, the changes to the law that was introduced back in April, was specifically initially made in respect to limiting or blocking ability of such countries as Germany to sell this ammunition to countries from Middle East. That's what I've heard. But it has, unfortunately, this negative impact on the ammunition that is needed now in Ukraine. And what this journalist was telling us, that it will take, again, there was a public debate, there was 100,000 signatures gathered in respect of this particular solution of these changes to the law. And if one wants to change the existing law, then one will have to go through the same process of gathering those 100,000 signatures, and it will take time, it will take some extra effort. And so from the perspective of this particular journalist that we spoke with, it would take 6 months to get any results, reasonable results that we would want to see. So it's not just the limitations that are there in the Constitution, but there is a specific law that was adopted. I'm not an expert in the Swiss law, obviously, but from what I've heard is that there is a great support from people who live in Switzerland. And when it comes to Ukraine, there is this absolutely amazing efforts of helping Ukrainian refugees, and this attitude towards the war is still there. That it's it's the European war on the European continent, and people do want to help Ukrainians, but it will take time for the politicians, for the debate to take place when it comes to abolishing, or not abolishing, but at least making a waiver from that whole concept of neutrality when it comes to Switzerland and its decision to stay neutral towards the war in Ukraine. Although, of course, we were explaining that staying neutral in a genocidal war, it means taking the side of the aggressor. And politicians, they understand that they appreciate in a way this argument, but overall they keep on saying, well, it will take time, will take time, let us help you in any other way, including humanitarian support, including providing you with transformers in one way or another. But when it comes to ammunition, it will take extra effort to achieve the results that we want. So these are my comments.
Thank you, Victoria. I will add a little bit to that. My understanding is that this whole concept of not shipping weapons to a war zone, that is new in itself, that only came in a few years ago. And so really it shouldn't require too much effort, but I guess that they don't want to change something that they have only just so very recently changed, because Switzerland is a very slow changing place, and changes are hard to come by. Beyond the question of neutrality, Victoria, the other thing that I trust you must have raised at least as much as the ammunition for Gepards, releasing that ammunition for Gepards. But it isn't just about that, right? It would also be releasing the re-export restrictions on, for example, the Piranha armored personnel carriers and IAVs of various types that Denmark had previously suggested they'd wanted to send to Ukraine in some number. But they're Swiss manufactured and therefore didn't get a re-export license as well. I think that's worthwhile remembering here as well. And anybody who might be wanting to send Oerlikon autocannons, anti-aircraft cannons, they would likewise be facing the same issue, right? For those are Swiss produced as well and would require Swiss re-export licenses, I believe. No, what I want to ask is the other component of this. Actually, before we go to that, did you touch upon these other components of it as well, or just strictly the Gepard ammunition?
No, we've focused strictly on Gepard ammunition, but we also raised concerns about chips that are produced in Switzerland that are used for during the manufacturing of Iranian drones. And you should have seen the faces of the people who represented the Department of Foreign Affairs. They were kind of puzzled when we said that this is not the way, this is not the neutrality, this is not the behavior of the country that is trying to emanate this neutrality status. Like on the one hand, you're not giving us the ammunition, on the other hand, we see the chips that are produced by two Swiss companies being used in Iranian drones. There is something fundamentally wrong with this concept then. So that was another issue that we were discussing. And by the way, we were surprised to hear that referring to the status of neutrality, Switzerland didn't, when we had the fuel crisis back in February and March, we were asking European countries to help us with supplying fuel like diesel, for example, to Ukraine. And they refused to do that, again, with reference to neutrality, explaining that the diesel could have been used to fuel tanks or any other stuff that would be used in the battlefield. That was also a little bit, I wouldn't say hilarious, but it was strange to hear those kind of comments as well. So go ahead, Domin. You wanted to ask something else.
Yes, absolutely. The infrastructural stuff, electrical infrastructure components. There was some talk in Swiss media a few weeks ago about an emergency power plant, which is apparently big enough to power all of Zurich, that Switzerland has standing about, that it apparently was alleged to not really need and could send that as well. Did you touch upon any of those topics, be it the power generation, power transmission components?
Well, the emergency power plant, no one mentioned that to us. But surprisingly enough, while comparing meetings in Germany and in Switzerland, I have to say that special members of the parliament were very proactive. One of them immediately picked up the phone and started calling the local communal companies and those who might have so needed transformers and auto transformers. So people started really like acting upon information what we've presented. And just yesterday we had um, quite a good talk with the representatives of one of the major associations of Switzerland companies, major players, and they have already identified quite a good number of transformers that are already being prepared for the shipment, and they're thinking about even the way how to provide Ukraine with the substations fully equipped with everything that we need. As I think we've discussed it here on the space, if not here, but somewhere definitely, Ukraine is not looking specifically for new transformers. We definitely can use also the used equipment, and as in the case of one of the Swiss companies, they are now in the process of upgrading their systems in their grid part that also has those substations, and this is what they're saying. We, we can deliver to you basically like fully prepared and substation that is fully equipped, ready to be installed and become operational within the very short period of time. So I have to say that people in Switzerland are moving much faster than people in Germany. That's what I can tell you for sure. The response is quite good, and I think it's also driven by the fact that they feel some sort of a guilt for not providing us with weapons. So I think that drives them to be more proactive and more putting more effort and energy in finding the things and equipment that we need for our infrastructure, for our energy infrastructure.
Thank you, Victoria. Well, that's good to hear that at least that there seems to be a sense of decisiveness and determination in this regard. A lot is produced there, but it goes beyond that, right? As you've raised several times before, it doesn't have to all be brand new equipment. Frankly, a lot of the equipment, if it's if it has 10% of its life still in there, because these are things that are made to stay there for decades, that is useful because it has to get Ukraine through the next few months, next year, 2 years. It can be replaced again then, that's fine. But it just needs to be there to function in the meantime as well. That's the other thing that is sometimes forgotten, I think. Right, Ziad, do you have a... Oh, Victoria, go ahead.
No.
Thanks, Victoria. I've heard you speak before, and yeah, I appreciate your very thorough updates. I had 2, maybe 3 questions that I could ask if you don't mind. One of them being regarding these near-term support or transformers that are being offered or potentially offered to Ukraine on a shorter time frame. Are these the auto transformers? Are these the 500-pound auto transformers that that I'm hearing about?
It's both transformers and auto transformers, and I cannot disclose on the air the specifications, as you can appreciate. It's not
Understood.
for yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw that at the end of November in Bucharest, the U.S. Government announced it would be providing assistance, but I saw the amount of assistance only being $53 million. So I don't know if that's as effective as what's needed. It was talking about certain use of auto transformers, but I'll just stop there. I should say that I understand the auto transformer patent was is from 1906 or 1914, 1908, sorry, by Max Korndorfer in Berlin. And so I believe that patent may have expired and that the manufacturing may be more flexible than current. So that's my 1.5 question. My final question is related to transformers that are filled with PCB oil or polychlorinated biphenyl oil. And I'm remembering these from my 3rd year term paper. So PCBs were a very effective transformer oil. They're very good for thermal breakdown. They're good for electromagnetic properties. They're very, very long lasting, but that unfortunately is the problem, is that they, if they leak or are spilled, they remain in the environment and then can be detected in human tissues and can bioaccumulate in human tissues like breast milk. But PCBs themselves are not harmful. The problem is they just are very long lasting. So I know in North America and in many parts of Europe, many PCB transformers were simply removed from service and were stockpiled. Some were stockpiled with the PCBs in them, and others, the PCBs were drained from them, but the 200-liter barrels of PCB oil is stored and stockpiled with the same transformers. So you may not be able to comment, but are you trying to get access to those transformers as well, or do you need any more information in order to pursue those?
We have a group of experts at TCO, Transmission System Operator, Ukrainian state-owned company Ukrenergo. They're now collecting offers from different countries, from different companies, in respect of what is available or what might become available in a short period of time. And it's their call to make which equipment they're ready to use and will consider as the one that will provide us with the solutions and which one not. I know, for example, we received an offer from one of the German companies. It's a small transformers, but they also using, I think, as far as I remember, PCB, and the number is huge. It's over 30 of them. But there is an issue with this oil, and I know that the experts are looking at this option right now as we speak. So I cannot comment in more details on that. But I know people who are actually in this business, and they are making the judgments and they're making the calls.
Yeah. One of the downsides that I forgot to mention is that if there's a fire and there's partial combustion of those PCBs, they turn into polychlorinated dibenzofurans, which are one of the considerations, especially if you're looking at deploying them in a war zone, is the risk of partial combustion of the PCBs, which leads them to then be turn into dibenzofurans, which are really bad for a human respiratory system. I know there were at least 2 plants in the world that were specialized in incinerating PCBs. There's one in Pontypool, Wales, and there's another one that was built in Alberta custom for incinerating PCBs. But then some political changes in Alberta knocked out the business case for the Alberta PCB incinerator in Nisku, Alberta, just south of Edmonton, our capital city. And the Pontypool, Wales one, I believe, was doing very well, but spills in transportation of PCBs from their points of use to rail lines and then to ships in order to send it to Pontypool. There were spills in the highway and the rail networks. So that stopped a lot of the incineration of PCBs. So they're still sitting around stockpiled in many sites around at least North, South America and Europe. And so, yeah, I won't ask you more questions. I'll understand the security and the sensitivity of the area, but I just wanted to mention these as an adjunct or in parallel with the updates you're providing. And again, I appreciate you coming forward and educating us or informing us about this.
Well, I have to admit that you are educating, I think, all of us for the last at least 10, 15 minutes. But I'm just sharing the info, the updates of the advocacy trips that we're having. And that's it. Thank you.
I did very little homework during my engineering education, so I remember my third year term paper well because it was one of the few things I did. Thank you.
Yeah, I like engineering very much, although I have economics and finance background, but still. Okay, thanks.
Electrical grids are, very fundamentally an economics issue, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Or at least once they're not there anymore, it's a serious economics issue. Not just an economics issue, much more than that. It's also a humanitarian issue. It's also a very fundamental societal issue and a very everyday problem that Russians are now causing all across Ukraine, again and again and again. I trust Victoria.
Yeah, it's an issue of survivability of the entire country and tens of millions of people now. So it's not just a theoretical issue. My apologies for interrupting you. Yeah.
No, certainly not. What I want to note is certainly, because I've not had the opportunity to talk to you for a couple of days now. Certainly, when the news came of both Patriots and then also of SAMP-T battery heading to Ukraine soon, I'm sure that you took those as very good news as well. Could have been earlier, of course, but nevertheless, very good news, right?
Yeah, it's a very good news for as long as it is turns from the status news into a status actions taken and Patriots delivered, and then it will be the real reason or real time for celebration, so to say, if we can celebrate anything during the time of war, but still. So the hopes are high. It's just a matter of seeing for ourselves that they're already here on our soil, which is most important, especially in light of all the threats that are coming from the idea of using Iranian ballistic missiles against Ukraine. This is really a scary part, but unfortunately, we cannot eliminate such scenarios to be unfolding anytime soon, given how insane people are in Kremlin. Yeah.
I mean, so at the end of the day, so much so that they're turning all of the beaches of Crimea seemingly into trenches and putting lots of concrete tetrahedra all over them, as though they think that there's going to be some sort of a mass Normandy-style landing happening on Crimea sometime. I mean, if that isn't enough for people to understand just how out of touch they are with everything, I think that a sense of morals was the first one to go. Ziad?
I just want to say I'm going to run along now. For North America, I work a slightly different shift, so I'm able to join MriyaReport. But yeah, I can't be a total zombie. You have good quality program and polite, well-informed guests. So yeah, I enjoy it. My sleep cycle doesn't, but I enjoy it. But I'm going to head off now. Thanks very much.
Good night, Ziad. And see, you're being replaced by someone from the other coast. George, good morning.
Good morning, Doman. Good morning, everyone, and a good day to those on the other side of the big pond we call the Atlantic. Doman, Did anybody look at the map when those first pictures came out of them digging trenches on the beach in Crimea? Did you see where that beach is?
Yeah, the first one was close to Chernomorsk somewhere. Now this one is close to Yevpatoria.
Yeah, that first one is a crescent-shaped beach that has on its right and left flank land that juts out into the sea. I don't understand why they even built trenches there.
So the first one actually got clarified, George. The first one wasn't meant as a trench. They're doing an actual construction improvement works there rather than something else. So, yeah.
That's those zigzags are.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
Yeah, because if you look at the map, only someone that's suicidal would attempt a landing on a beach that has, higher promontories on both right and left flank. Like even you would never get a chance to approach the beach. But does it surprise me that the Russians are building defensive works in a place that would be actually suicidal to attack? But then, of course, we have Bakhmut, and they keep trying to. How many months has it been now, Dolman? 6 months they've been trying to take Bakhmut.
However many, it's not quite 6. I don't think, maybe 4.5, 5. But yes, for a very long time, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we did see something go up in Little Smoke, and the explosion in Irkutsk said it was so big that it registered on Richter scales. Did you hear that?
Oh, that I missed. I knew it was a refinery that went up in Angarsk or whatever the place is called. But all I'll say is I'm very glad whenever Russian refineries go up in flames, especially ones that might or might not be specializing in aircraft fuel, because there's only so much of that that's still around.
Yeah, but I'm waiting to find out what it registered on the Richter scale, because that would tell us how big of an explosion that is. Just imagine that it registered on the Richter scale to begin with. Yeah, that refinery is literal toast because I don't think the Russians can get the supplies they need and the know-how to repair it. So that might be if the explosion was that big, that thing might be. Oh, and the other thing, it says that roofs around houses kilometers away collapsed from the explosion. So that oil refinery is now probably offline for the remainder of this conflict.
I would certainly think so. And remember, it's not the first one, right? There's always a little bit of slack in the system with these things. But the more, another few go up in the air, and Russians might actually start suffering. As a country with vast quantities of crude oil reserves, might actually start suffering something of a lack of refined products. They've historically had less refining capacity than they had their own needs of recent years. They did export crude oil and then re-import refined products. There isn't a lot of slack in the system. Admittedly, consumption fell somewhat because of less trade with other countries, but there is some slack in the system, especially for particular things like jet fuel. And for that, it might well be running out at this point. And that could affect how much their aviation can do. Maybe now I'm starting to put 2 and 2 together. Maybe this is something that those in the U.S. Department of Defense are well aware of. Maybe they have good numbers on it. Maybe that's what they're thinking. Maybe the medium altitude space might become available to the Ukrainian Air Force. Maybe that's why JDAMs might be able to be employed.
Dolman,
as a one piece of the puzzle.
Yes, I saw that you posted that Rheinmetall is quickly throwing up a new factory to produce ammunition between the 20 and 35 millimeter calibers, which is really remarkable that they were able to build a factory that quickly and have it's going to go online in January.
So what I think happened there is that they're literally taking the production line from Oerlikon from northern Switzerland, and they're moving the whole production line to a different facility they already had standing in, where is it, in Lower Saxony somewhere, I think. I think that's why they managed to stand it up so quickly, because it's not a new factory, because it's not a new production line, because it's an old production line that they just need to move to a already standing building elsewhere and start it up.
I'll take that too, but the 30 we all know that the 35 millimeter ammunition is significant. For those that don't know, that's what the Gepard uses. But the 20 mil is also significant because that's what the Oerlikon cannons that people have been scrounging up for Ukraine use, and also some anti-aircraft systems that the United States uses that use a 20 millimeter Gatling gun type of configuration. So maybe we'll be seeing those beautiful trailer-mounted systems in Ukraine quickly.
Here's to hope, George. Here's to hope. I am a bit disconcerted that it might take till July to actually start delivering on things. I don't quite get that bit, but hey, maybe they'll speed it up a little bit. Shall we go to Ioana?
Thank you, Doman. So yes, I just sorry for my voice. I just wanted to confirm that it is indeed the explosion in Argansk oil refinery that was registered as an earthquake. So it was really powerful. Apparently, there are two refineries there. One of them which is completely destroyed, another which is partially damaged. But we shall see, because I believe it's not over yet. And I just wanted to talk about this region, Irkutsk, because yesterday Marcus shared news about some cities in that region that had a complete blackout of electricity. And do you know what temperature is in Irkutsk right now?
I think it's a balmy 19 degrees Celsius, about 65 Fahrenheit thereabouts. Must be right.
Almost. It's about minus 30 and even lower during the night. In fact, all of Siberia, so all the region in Russia east of Urals, is suffering from a very cold wave of cold air wave. Sorry. And it's really, really cold, up to or down to minus 45 in some regions. And you remember we talked about warming the outside. Maybe that's why the refinery decided to just go on fire in Irkutsk to warm a little bit the environment.
Hey,
And I
makes
have
perfect sense to me.
Yes, and I have some other subjects, but I see there are some hands, so I'll come later. I did a little press review, and there are some interesting articles to look upon.
Excellent.
Sorry, I'm down with the cold.
I just want to note, when you set a refinery on fire, that does warm the outside very well. There's a lot of fuel there that helps with that. Right, Scribe.
Good morning or good afternoon to everyone here in the Americas and over in Europe. I have a question for you, Delvin. Did you see the news yesterday, around the same time as the United States announcing they're going to give Ukraine JDAMs, that the Polish government or the Polish parliament declared Russia a terrorist state and fully blamed them as the party responsible for the death of their president back in 2010?
Aha, okay, they did that as well, right? Because I remember when they had a vote on that a week or two ago, and that was kind of the reason why it didn't go through the first time around, because at the last moment, there was a peace amendment that included a bunch of other things, including the Smolensk crash, and that the rest of the parties didn't want that entered into the record at that time quite yet. But yeah, I did see it. I didn't know the details. I didn't know that particular detail. I was wondering about it and I forgot to check that. Again, not that it's particularly meaningful, right? In the US, this is particularly meaningful because it comes with certain automatic consequences. In various European countries, there aren't any such automatic consequences of a country being declared a state sponsor of terrorism. That's why it just matters less. I don't know, Charles, am I missing something on this?
No, but I was just thinking because the European Council meeting is today, it would be nice if they were to discuss that European Parliament resolution. I think this Poland state-sponsored terror, I think it's the fourth European Parliament to do it, if I'm not mistaken. But it would be nice to. I doubt they'll discuss it at the European Council, but it would be nice.
Well, it certainly wouldn't hurt. George?
Yeah, Doman, what did you mean by July? I must have missed something. When we were discussing, and you said that things won't get there till July. Can you
Charles,
clarify?
help me out.
Yeah, so the Süddeutsche Zeitung, the Munich newspaper that I read that report from this morning, said that they expected the assembly area to be ready in January, but that they wouldn't be able to start assembly until June and then ship in July. That was the timeline given by Rheinmetall for the 35 millimeter.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know what they. I mean, it depends. I think on definitions. You know what they say by ready in January, and then getting the line into operation, zero batch, quality control. I can imagine all these kinds of things taking a bit of time before they actually do the first production run. That's kind of how I read it. But yeah, that's just the dates that were given in the Munich newspaper this morning.
Well, hopefully they got that wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't just Süddeutsche Zeitung either. It was this is a part of the Rheinmetall press release that went out. So I suggest there's little hope that it would go any other way. But that's what I'm saying. I'd be very happy if they sped it up somewhat. What I will note is that it could be a materials sourcing issue, because obviously Oerlikon hasn't been manufacturing these things for a while. I think certainly not in any great volume, and maybe if this decision, just came in, it then takes some time for it to go through all of the necessary checks, necessary procedures, to then actually be able to be fully employed, right? In the sense that you need material, and you need a lot more material if you're going to be manufacturing a lot more than you previously had. So I suspect maybe that's a factor here as well. But again, I guess we need to learn more about it before we can comment a whole lot better on it. Right. Let's go to Brian and to Edvard. Brian.
Thank you very much, Doman. Something George said just reminded me. I remember Chuck posted something a while ago, again about a new system that Germany is supposedly providing, and I won't even go into about delivery times. It'll probably be some time slightly before or slightly after the second coming. It looks to me sort of perhaps a successor to the to the Gepard. And I thought I recognized that, I think they call it Skynex, but I thought I recognized that turret with the 35mm Oerlikon cannon, seeing a Bundeswehr PR video from about 10 years ago when they were developing a new point air defense system called Mantis. Anything to be said about that?
I know very little, but if anybody else wants to jump at it. Charles? Perfect.
Yeah, there was a report that they were going to provide that to the Ukrainians. However, that system won't be ready for another 2 years. So for the here and now, we can forget about it.
Okay, understood. I mean, the video that I noticed it was 10 years old, and it was just in the developmental phase where they were testing it out in a static position at a live firing range. It was clearly intended to be fitted to some mobile platform, but I don't know how far along with that development they got, and certainly as far as having it ready to deliver to Ukraine. Yeah, again, Zukunftsmusik.
Yeah, it seemed to be more of a PR thing than actual, real, genuine help at this point.
Yeah, very much. Hopefully, we won't need to care about what gets to Ukraine on any sort of a timeline in, a year, let alone 2 years from now. Of course, it'll be important to at that point strengthen the eastern border of NATO, but certainly not for operational purposes like this. Yeah, Edward.
Yeah. Hi, Doman. I have another quick question. It's if that is okay. It's regarding what Pole's doing, Doman. I missed this. You may have talked about this in the space in the morning. But could you just give me a few sentences on what Pole's doing about the aid to Ukraine?
We touched upon it very briefly, and this is particularly frustrating, and hopefully it will be resolved by the time that they break for lunch, right? But the Poles are saying that it's wrong, that various components are all being tied together in a package. That is to say, aid to Ukraine, as well as raising or setting, rather, a minimum effective rate for corporate tax across the EU, which should be set at 15%, apparently. There's that, there's those two things. There's a third thing, but I forget what it is. And they're complaining that all of these things are being treated together, and they think they should be treated separately, and they're not going to vote on the whole thing together. Now, it's not an opposition specifically to the 18 billion for Ukraine, but it's very frustrating that this is coming up because we thought that this was done with already, and they should start kind of re-examining priorities. I suggest, and realizing that this is not the time nor place to be playing with this. But hopefully it will be, a non-issue in a few hours' time. As you can hear from the sound of my voice, I am none too pleased about it.
Perfect, man, because we already had one schoolboy to be treated, right? And when he was on the train, I thought it would be a no-brainer, this, but yeah, thank you anyway.
Yeah, I've had quite enough of this silliness. Quite enough. Anyway, there's some reason to be hopeful. On the other hand, I should bring this up. There's an election coming up in Poland next year, and there seems to be some repositioning domestically as well. So hopefully it won't be too much of an issue. I don't know if Poland currently has any funds frozen. I think they might not. Where's Nick when you need him? Nick, are you here? No. I don't think Poland has any funds frozen at the moment. So that's not really an issue, possibly. They might actually be going after the tax, or maybe I'm forgetting some component here. But it is very annoying. In more positive news, over 60% of Hungarians blame Orban for why the funding to Hungary is frozen. Per recent poll that came out today or yesterday. So that's a positive, interesting thing, I think. What else? And also, a clear majority of Hungarians support Ukraine in its fight against the Russian invasion. So there are positive things from there as well. I think that the positioning of the, what did you call him earlier? Insolent schoolboy, something like that, right? That the positioning of that batch is becoming ever less popular, even among the electorates that they thought it would still be popular with. And at that point, you can really ask yourself, how unwise are such decisions by a government when it so very clearly harms their populace, or is in such clear contrast with the beliefs and intentions of their electorates. So hopefully that will help expedite things a little bit, and maybe even bring about some changes that were hitherto thought, well, less than possible, or less than easily achievable as well. But maybe we can get into that at a slightly later time. Jens, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. And good afternoon to everyone. I just wanted to declare that I'm a great fan of any country that makes their PR announcements after the weapon systems are actually put in use in Ukraine, rather than making the PR announcements to announce that they will be ready to aid Ukraine in a year or half a year. So I would just send a positive message. That was all.
Thank you, Jens. I will note at this point that there is a slightly different, let's say, press environment that different governments exist in. So for some, it's a lot easier to do that than for others. I will also note that, say, in the specific case of, say, Patriot deliveries, it is a step up in the sort of things that are being provided. So it probably deserves more, slightly better announced treatment. Also because, the presence of Patriots, to some degree, could be argued, also serves as a deterrent for Russia to even try to employ certain things. Unlike, let's say, the S-400s, the capabilities and abilities of the Patriot air defense system is much clearer and much better established. And within that context, I would argue that it makes some sense sometimes to have it appropriately pre-announced. So there are slight differences between different types, but I will agree that I do quite like announcements that, firmly coincide with the delivery itself, or that happen immediately before something is placed into the use of Ukrainians, or alternatively, just as something is crossing a border. Whereas announcements that happen well before such time are, less practical, let's say, less meaningful to me. Any announcements that happen well before something can be put into use are simply worth less. Not worthless, but worth less. Especially anything that doesn't have a very clear timeline attached to it, right? This is why with Patriots, we have been wondering, hey, have Ukrainians already been training on how to operate Patriots for some time? Or is this now just the start of a somewhat protracted, maybe in terms of a few weeks, maybe in terms of a few months training process? And that makes a big difference there as well. Right, thank you, Jens. Florian, hello.
Hello. on that point, in sort of very early announcement, think about governments, i.e. Germany, that actually is constantly testing its coalition and its public reception. They're putting things out because they're very careful to move in small steps. So they're actually testing their own political reactions by announcing certain things. I think the Rheinmetall thing belongs to that, and other things. And this is what has been described, I think, by the FAZ guide, leading from the center, never from front. So you have to constantly test the waters, and this is what they're doing.
Yeah, I completely agree, Florian. That is exactly what they're doing, and not just testing their own polities responses. They're also testing because they still think that there's some sort of an escalation situation here, where it's possible for the Russians to, respond in a particular manner because they think that they might be doing. Because they think that what they might be doing might be tantamount to escalating. They're also testing the responses from the other side, right? They're wrong, but they think that that's what they're doing. So there's that component as well. Florian, earlier, not very much earlier, but 15, 20 minutes ago, you missed a wonderful...
I heard most of it.
Oh, you heard it. You heard it when we had Victoria discuss what she was up to in Switzerland.
Yes, I was having my lunch while listening to you, and I'm walking back to be productive again to have a little bit of time to talk to you. But I heard it, and I was happy about it.
Excellent.
Yes, Florian, thank you for helping. Thank you, and for your advice and recommendation. Really, truly appreciate.
Yeah, well, one of the guys who is very, very influential, I will see them this afternoon and ask what he can do. I'm trying from the back. I know a few of this, what you call the captains of Swiss industry and finance. One of the guys, I'm going to have a meeting this afternoon, and I will ask him what we can do further by pressures to politicians and the administration from the back.
Excellent. I can then update you that the Greens are very keen to help. Liberals are very keen to help. And I don't remember, there is another person that can DM you the name of the MP, the one that actually said that he is ready to go and speak to the municipal utility companies. And I can tell you this as well, that the Swiss grid has already provided with a list of the equipment that they're ready to deliver. And we understand also that a number of transformers are going to be donated, but more can be produced. But the question is that the companies cannot afford to donate anymore. Of course, they want to be paid, it's obvious, for what they are producing. And by the way, the sad part, that's what at least we've learned, that the 100 million Swiss francs, this winterization package, well, it envisions only over like 15 million that will be sent to the World Bank to be then used as per the views of the World Bank. So they will not be spent directly for the acquisition of the transformers or other energy equipment that Ukraine needs. So those 100 million Swiss franc special fund established, it's a great help for us, but it will be used for other purposes, and it will be used in the way that it will not directly have direct implication on closing the issues, the urgent issues that we have right now.
Yeah, okay, I don't know, maybe this is part of the politicking that went around to get the money through. I don't know about that. But I heard that this type of donations you're talking about will be valued with 1 franc and don't count against this budget. So they're not paid from this budget. They come on top of it. That's what I heard.
Yeah. They're made specifically by the companies. It's their own decision. It's not related to this facility that was established by the government. It has got nothing to do with the government activities or their will to do anything. There is a will. And by the way, just let me, sorry for interrupting you. Let me also say that the following. Our visit, the most beneficial part of it was that we've convinced people both in the government and in the parliament that providing Ukraine with generators, it's like providing a patient who needs an urgent heart surgery with an aspirin or painkiller. And I think everyone now understands. Can you hear me? Okay, I think
I can hear you.
Yeah. So the people starting to understand that we don't need that. We need generators, but it's just a quick fix. It's not going to help us to survive this winter. And it was important to convey that message. And I think people now are better prepared to make the right judgments, not to spend all the money on the diesel generators or generators in general. It's the transformers, auto transformers, relay, and other switchers that we need to be able to restore our system. That's it. Sorry for interrupting.
Which is good, because Switzerland has the stuff and generators you can get somewhere else. I think you have to really cleverly source from the different aid packages you're given, from the French one, the Swiss one, whatever the Germans do. And some can deliver certain things faster. I also heard the Swiss Grid saying that this is actually equipment that was supposed to go for the emergency power plant that will not be put in practice because we're not going to run out of electricity. So some stuff from this discussion is coming out now. This is good.
Yeah, myself, I'm a bill that is already experienced, and meaning like I have experience working with the Germans, where everything really moves very slow, unfortunately. And in the case of Switzerland, I'm very impressed, and not just myself, but my colleagues as well, and people from the industry. So, yeah, thank you. Really impressed.
So Switzerland works. You need to do the proper formal stuff, go through the right channels. But once you're at the right people, there's not much bureaucracy. You're a far lighter bureaucratic country compared to Germany, even though we speak German, but we have a different tradition because we're not a big behemoth. So you need to be agile to survive in the modern world, and if you want to be a successful country. So I was sure if you're there and once you get to the companies, it will work well. That was anyway my impression. Thank you very much. Congratulations to your great work.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your help, Lauren. Truly appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, well done both, I guess. I can say. What I want to maybe add on top of all of this is, say, generators are really important when it comes to places like hospitals, when it comes to power plants themselves, to be able to restart, of course, after outages. But I think that wasn't really an issue in the first place. And they're very important for these resilience points, right? For these, let's say, temporary installations for when there is an enduring blackout. But it doesn't really solve the systemic problem. It's a band-aid for while the systemic problem is being solved or is being addressed, right? And so absolutely, they're not the solution in and of themselves for anything really. They're just a very temporary bandage, as you put it, Victoria. And I'm glad to hear that this is something that's now being well understood among those among whom it's important that this is indeed well understood. I'm very heartened to hear that. Florian, quick question while we have you here. Just on the Rheinmetall saying that they're moving the ammunition production. Am I right in thinking that what is likely going to be happening is that the whole production line is simply going to up and move a few hundred kilometers north?
I think so, and I think it's a deliberate power play against the Swiss export administration, because as Rheinmetall announced this yesterday, if I'm correct, today in Germany, but it was yesterday news in Switzerland. There was an article in the Neue Zürcher Zeitung by 4 or 5 law professors who wrote together that the denial of exports of ammunition is wrong because the export control law allows to override this under important circumstances. And there's a conflict between being a United Nations member and Article 51 to support somebody who's attacked. And this is a far weightier reason because sort of binding international law matters in Switzerland. And I think there's now being a power play done by Rheinmetall and a few other people who want the Federal Council to make an overruling and send the stuff out. And the power play is also coming in the media because some of the politicians are now saying, oh, we lose all these export jobs. And if they won't, I think the production line will be moved to Germany.
So how is this playing in the media, Florian, in Switzerland? How is this playing in, let's say, political life in Switzerland?
It's only playing in the NZZ, in the side article, and then the informed side. It's not big news on the tabloids and so on, but it's now being discussed. It's not a really sort of highly talked about topic, but among the foreign policy members and certain politicians, it is a topic. And I also like this interjection of the law professors who said the whole reasoning is wrong and they have to do it. And there's an obligation to help the Ukraine, and there is a way to do it that doesn't violate neutrality policy, which is in the constitution.
Well, that's good. And does that also apply to the 35mm ammunition specifically, right?
Especially, it's about that. So they said the German request to release the ammunition for the Gepard should be allowed because neutrality doesn't block it. There's the obligation to help a United Nations member if it gets attacked. And the export control law that's been enforced basically for a year has a clause that allows the Federal Council, under special circumstances, emergencies, and in higher interest of the Swiss state, to overrule these export restrictions.
Could no one else hear Axel either, or was it just me?
No, I couldn't hear him. It was just something.
Okay, I was worried as my end. Clearly, it's on Axel's end. He's getting geo-blocked by Russian assets. Right, as Yehuda likes to say, Russian internet no good. Okay, let's go. Thank you very much, Florian. See, that's really helpful to know, and that there might be actually systemic changes coming forth as well. Switzerland does care about its industry and its industrial future. These are expensive things that are worth for the Swiss to keep manufacturing, and that's why this is an important thing that it gets actually resolved. Also for Switzerland, this isn't separate from this. I think we'll get Axel back up. Axel, mic check. Axel? Let's see if it works. Well, I got the first half syllable. I got a let's try. I think it's its earphones, Bluetooth headphones, whatever they're called, playing up again. Florian?
Just one small remark. If Rheinmetall moves out production, the whole concept of armed neutrality goes into the dustbin. Because armed neutrality, theoretically, but even just to have some appearance, needs a certain amount of manufacturing of weapons at home. And if Rheinmetall, who has bought Oerlikon, moves it out, you cannot credibly argue this anymore. So I think that matters too. It's not only the industrial work that stays in Switzerland, but the companies. It is the whole concept of armed neutrality that is not feasible then anymore.
Exactly, and this is what we always hear from the Swiss, right? Sorry, from the Swedish. We hear them say, you know what, the reason why we have Gripens and why we want to export Gripens is because in order to manufacture enough Gripens for ourselves, for that to be economically viable at all, so that we're not paying twice the sticker price on an F-35 for each Gripen, we need to make enough of them, and to be able to make enough of them, we need to make them for export as well. And the same goes for Switzerland. It's in the same sort of position, and that's why this has to be systematically resolved for Switzerland to keep on growing as it has.
Yes, but realistically, it's not really feasible. But even then, the appearance of it goes out of the window.
Exactly. Well, thank you very much, Florian. Thanks for jumping up. Mark, good morning.
Yes. Hey, good afternoon, Doman. I have a question that's kind of on topic, but maybe off topic. So if you
go right ahead.
Yeah. So it relates to European attitudes towards Russia. We know that, all the former Warsaw Pact countries, once they had the chance, they wanted nothing to do with Russia sphere of influence and immediately aligned with the West and NATO. Poland, Warsaw, everything. But it seems to be there's a difference with Eastern Germany. It seems to be a lot of residual goodwill in Eastern Germany towards Russia. Is that a
Mark? I will pause you and I'll wait for Axel to come back. Oh, okay. Florian, I think Florian's kind of German, or he's also German. Go for it.
It's the Stockholm syndrome. I don't think there's a lot of sympathy for Russia as such. I think the GDR wasn't a too great success story. I think it's Stockholm syndrome. They're afraid of Russia. That's why they want to appease Russia. This is the one reflex. And the other reflex, there's a lot of populists from left and right that look to Putin as sort of the killer of the Western system, but not because they have a lot of things they agree with Putin. They actually, especially on the right, they want to get back to a Germany of the 1930s. But Putin is simply the lever that breaks up the system.
Putin is pretty 1930s. Come on.
Yeah, but he's so strongly pro-Russian and they're so strongly pro-German, so they're two nationalists that will clash. But being in favor of Putin is breaking up the liberal democracy, nothing else. And then I think there's a huge still sort of Stockholm syndrome going on. They fear Russia. And that's why they want to appease it.
Mark, was that good?
Kind of. So I guess what Florian, and I appreciate your opinion on the matter, is it's not an affinity towards Russia. It's more of a little bit of a fear of Russia. I'm not, I don't know, that just doesn't seem to be right. There seems to be more to it, I guess, than that. But I don't know.
No, but that's compounded by this 40% of people who actually do not like the system that ended up by the unification with West Germany. And this gets these two motives get compounded. It's not only that. So around 40% of the East Germans vote for parties who actually want to get rid of the Federal Republic, the left and the AfD. There's around 40%, and you can talk to Bionade who lives in that area, who actually think the whole concept of Western Germany that came to Eastern Germany through unification is utter shit.
Oh, now that makes complete sense, Florian. Thank you. So there's a few different things going on that compounds the effect. Yeah, thank you, Florian. That's great insight. I appreciate it. I think I understand the politics of it a lot more. Thank you again.
From the outside, it's totally confusing. And East Germany is an aging society. It has a lot of problems with the unification, but of course, a lot of people also made it and are very happy. It's about half-half. But populism in the West is around 20-15%. And that's why Western German cities like Munich or Hamburg feel totally different than cities like Magdeburg.
Thank you, Florian. Yeah, I think that's you have 20% who vote for the far left, the communists who want communism back, and obviously the Soviet Union was good for that. You have 15-20% who vote for the far right, who want who hate all these societal changes that came in with a modern country showing up literally in their house, and then you have the complicated ones that you described first. Thanks, Florian. Jens, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just have to understand, in my twisted logic, it sounds like this solution is beneficial for anyone in Switzerland or Germany who don't want to exercise any kind of political courage. So they dismantle the production in Switzerland. So now Switzerland don't have to deliver, and Germany can wait 7 months to deliver. Is that correct?
Florian, do you want to take it?
I'm not sure if if the 7 months are production problems, real ramp up times, I cannot judge that. I'm not into it. And I don't think Rheinmetall actually wants to delay it. Rheinmetall is very keen to deliver all its other stuff too. Rheinmetall, if would have been allowed, would have developed whatever it has. But maybe they need, I mean, if you build a new factory, you need certificates, you need approvals, you need all the shit of a modern regulated economy. And maybe the German state in the back is delaying it. I do not have any knowledge of that. Could be. And it's again the same political bad game that is played. But I don't think it's Rheinmetall.
No, but what I mean is, you just said that some scholars said that the law actually permitted in certain situations that you could deliver ammunition, and it seems like now, instead of applying the political pressure, you just dismantle the production, and then apparently this law that had this exception that could have been approved the last 5 months, now is, you don't have to worry about that because the production is being dismantled and moved, and then we can exercise the political courage in June, July, which seems to me this ammo debacle has always had an appearance of a delay in action. So that's just me.
Yeah, but not really, because you can source the ammo different. I think it also is produced in Norway and in Brazil and so on. I think it's really, really a confusing matter. And I think Rheinmetall is playing hardball on Switzerland to actually move, because they don't want to move the production. Why do you want to move the production, set it up, incur all the costs if you get the export license? I think it's a play against the Swiss authorities to finally budge on the issue.
Yeah, it sometimes it just sounds like excuses, but I take your point.
At least I don't think the company is playing foul here. Maybe, and you're right, Switzerland is playing foul and Germany is playing foul, but I don't think Rheinmetall is playing foul here.
No, if it were up to them, right, they send the big book of things they can deliver to Ukraine that's in manufacturer stocks with timelines and everything, and they got stuck in the chancellor's drawer for a few weeks there. They'd be quite happy to send all manner of things. The slight problem actually that it causes is sometimes you get news in English language news media that says, Germany preparing 80 Leopards to send to Ukraine, and then they completely obfuscate the fact that these are actually manufacturer stocks. They're being tidied up in case they might be allowed to be sent by the export restrictions people. Anyway, Ryan, you have some good news for us.
I have lots of good news. I woke up this morning to go down and grab some breakfast and then go pick up a new vehicle, which is going to be a game changer as far as moving aid and other stuff into Ukraine. I have already shared a photo of it in the nest. I hope the owner didn't want me to block the license plate. I don't know how easy it is to track that stuff here in Europe, but too late now. It's already on the interwebs. Other than that, I saw on the news this morning, I don't know what channel it is that MriyaReport works on, but one of the other correspondents at that network was mentioning that a couple of Black Hawk helicopters were being transferred to the Ukrainians via Lithuania, and they were actually flown in on a U.S. military transport, completely assembled. They just folded up the propellers and sent them over. So the way they were painted, it looks like they will be utilized for medevac, Kazavac. But both of those things, I think, are splendid news. They just need about 50 more of them now, and maybe they'll have their needs met as far as getting battlefield casualties off the front line and back to a hospital where they can receive adequate care. So good news, personally
Come
speaking.
on,
this thing
Ryan.
is-
Stop talking about it. Go tweet it out. Break the news on Twitter, because you're such OSINT.
My phone was dead. I was actually trying to grab a screenshot of it. I know the lady that was reporting on it directly seemed to be like a BBC World correspondent, but it was also Mikhail Rakon's network. I think it's TVP here. So if anybody in Europe watches the 24-hour news, I'm sure they will circle back and cover that story again. I don't know if that had already made it out onto the internet, but they had copious photographs of these helicopters being unloaded, and it warmed my cold, shriveled little heart. Anytime I see airframes being delivered to the Ukrainians, whether they are for direct military engagement or whether they're for moving soldiers off the front line after they have incurred an injury, that's wonderful news. We need to reconstitute the Ukrainian Air Force as rapidly and as completely as we possibly can. I'm still a little peeved that the U.S. military hasn't provided these directly, but I'm glad to know that we're facilitating delivery of things donated by Lithuania with our cargo transport capabilities. If Lithuania can donate a couple of Black Hawks, I see no reason why the U.S. military can't donate the same number times 10. We've probably got 10 times as many Black Hawks as the Lithuanians do, and I'm sure if we wrote a few of those down on our existing inventory for the U.S., we wouldn't miss 20 of them, and it would be a godsend for Ukraine. Literally, those things.
Ryan, I just want to say I checked it out, and all I found was the chief of Latvian defense saying that these are now part of the Latvian Air Force. So I don't know if maybe a picture got misinterpreted.
Maybe it was Latvia, not Lithuania. I still had not gotten up and gotten my coffee. I didn't go to bed until very, very early this morning. I think I got about 4 hours of sleep. I did make it to a hotel room at a semi-decent hour last night, but once I got laid down and in bed, I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up much later than I should have. But I got plenty of coffee this morning, so I'm ready to hit the road. I've only got a week or so left before I need to rotate back to the States for the holidays and visit with family. So I'm eager to do anything and everything I possibly can before I have to get out of here. My only regret is that we didn't get this vehicle a month ago. This is literally, seriously a game changer as far as moving stuff into Ukraine. I can haul probably 3 or 4 times as much stuff as I would move in a Renault Master with this big box truck. It's canvas sided. I can, depending on what time I get to the warehouse where we've got a bunch of our things stored, I can utilize forklift, and I don't have to unpalletize freight and hand load it into the truck or the van. It'll make a world of difference as far as loading, even if it doesn't simplify our unload. And honestly, with some of the info I learned from our meetings in Warsaw the last 3 days, we should have access to a warehouse with a dock and 24-hour secured storage and video cameras. So I've been trying to let Julia know that we should move everything we can while we have the time and the resources and the people. And let's just get it across the border and into Ukraine, and we'll worry about distribution once we've got it on the other side of the border.
Well done, Ryan. Getting a new big truck, and by truck I don't mean the sort of thing that's in country songs, but an actual big truck, that you're able to now move a lot more stuff across. I just hope that the first time you go across, the customs won't be too much of an issue.
I've been across the border numerous times. Actually, I'm not worried about crossing the border at all, as long as I have the vehicle registration. we're good to go. The owner of the vehicle has asked that we take it somewhere here in town and swap out for new winter tires, which I'm not arguing about at all. Personally speaking, I've been driving vehicles with much worse tires on them than this for the last month and a half. One thing I was pleasantly surprised to find out when I arrived here in Krakow yesterday was that we had received the winter tires that were ordered for the 3 vehicles that Renegade Relief is running, and Rob was good enough to go get those wanted.
Did we lose Ryan, or did I lose everyone? Wendy, help me out.
No, we lost him, I think.
Okay, it's Ryan. We lost. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. On the other point, Wendy, welcome.
Welcome, Doman. Great to see you and Ryan and everyone else up here. I'd like to thank Florian for coming up and speaking about Germany. I've just got a quick question for him if he's still around, because I found it really interesting about the insight that he can offer into the current position of Germany, which understandably requires scrutiny and questioning. This war has been going on for, of course, longer than 9 months, 8 years, 9, 10 months. Yesterday, we saw more war crimes uncovered in newly liberated areas of Kherson, involving the torture of Ukrainian children. Further to this, we know that 150 Ukrainians remain in places such as the Olenivka penal colony, the infamous place where war crimes were committed against the Azov-style defenders not so long ago. Olenivka is in temporarily occupied, but still occupied Ukraine. We've known since 2014 what happens to Ukrainians in occupied Ukraine as a result of Muscovite war crimes. I'd like to know why Germans are scared. You see, these war crimes, they're not the dark synecdoche of inherent excesses of empire. They are systemic guilt. It is systemic guilt from the Kremlin and the army that it commands. It has been going on for 8+ years now. And I don't think there's any reason for us in the free democratic world to be scared of these threats. Ukrainians are the only ones who have the right to be scared. Within many democratic nations, we've seen hysterical threats, haven't we, made against us? Hysterical threats of the ICBM variety. You know, the way I see this, and in fact, I'll paraphrase a great friend of the space, who I'll refer simply to as Bravo Mike. I would rather perish in the sweet warmth of nuclear fire than see another year of Ukrainian children getting tortured in dark basements in occupied Ukraine, or Ukrainian heroes murdered in places like Olenivka. What is the delay? Where does Germany see its place in the world? Does it want to join? Does it want to be a part of the future that we strive every day to work for our children, in our communities, in our nations, in our international community of civilized nations? Where does Germany see its place? So I just thought I really appreciate Florian coming up, because he gives great insight into achieving a greater understanding of this. It is an incomprehensible position to stand by and watch this happen. It brings into it is by definition an isolating stance, one that isolates a country on the international stage. What's Germany doing? Why doesn't it want to act to stop this? So, yeah, saying that, I've just seen that Florian's dropped, but if he's there, I'd really appreciate him to offer a bit more insight into this. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. Victoria, if you we're getting Florian up. Victoria, go ahead first if you wish to comment a little bit on.
Yeah, I think it's better if we listen to what Florian has to say, and then I will add about this use of nuclear weapons and the revelation that I had when we had the visit a couple of weeks ago to Berlin. So Florian, go ahead.
Can you restate the question? I had a call, that's why I was gone for 15 minutes.
Wendy, can you summarize it a little bit more in fewer words?
Yes, thank you. I'll be as concise as possible. Thank you, Florian. Thank you for coming up and explaining your insight into this, because the position of Germany is incomprehensible, and I really appreciate the time you take to come up to the space and try to explain this incomprehensible position. I mean, the backdrop, of course, being the 2014 invasion, and of course, many years before that, but specifically the genocide against Ukrainians from 2014 onwards in the East, that the West sat back and watched, and the invasion of this year. We are repeatedly reminded of the consequences of occupation within Ukraine. Yesterday, we saw the ombudsman release new information about the torture of Ukrainian children. We know that Olenivka is still occupied and still an infamous prison where Ukrainians, both civilian and military, are tortured. The swiftest liberation of places like Olenivka is absolutely crucial. Why are Germans scared? Why are Germans scared and reluctant? Because, frankly, you and both. I'm sorry, I don't mean yourself, but Germany, the UK, and France. We live in a very comfortable. We live in a very comfortable geographic situation with regards to where this war is. We have absolutely no reason to be fearful. I'm sure I speak for many people. I would give the contents of my shed to Ukraine to save its people from these crude loitering missions. I mean, maybe not the contents of my shed, because I once kept chicken in my shed and fed it cornflakes, but that's by the by. Levity aside, why are Germans scared? They've got no reason to be scared. What's going on? How do they see their place in the world? Do they understand that this place in the world is currently, their reputation is taking a hammering? Where do they see their place in the world? Why are they scared? Apologies, that wasn't very concise, but thanks.
Florian? Hope we didn't get another call in the meantime, Wendy.
While we're waiting for Florian, may I add to what was already said?
Please.
Yeah, the sad part is that during our meetings in Berlin, when this discussion of the threat of escalation was raised, apparently it's the perception or the discussion or the point of discussion was that in Germany people are afraid that Russians will use tactical nuclear weapons against Ukraine, not Germany, not any other European countries, not towards the UK or any other countries, I'm saying. They were concerned that there would be escalation if the German tanks they reach Ukrainian soil will be used in the battlefield, that there will be escalation from the Russian side, that they will use nuclear tactical weapons against Ukraine. And we were really shocked We said, let us deal with this issue. These are the risks that we are ready to take. We don't think there will be such an escalation. And even if it happens, let us deal with it. It's our risks. These are not your risks, but by dragging the feet, by not providing Ukraine with everything that we need, you are giving the time to Russia to conduct even more atrocities in Ukraine, kill more people, torture more people. And this war is, we're fighting not for the soil itself. Yes, the soil, the territory is very important, but we need to bring our people back under our control in order to not let such torture chambers happen in other cities like the one that we've just learned that were established in Kherson where children were tortured. I mean, this is absolutely horrific situation, and given all of those comments that we were getting, we're afraid that Russia will use nuclear weapons against you. We were saying, stop being concerned about that. Start delivering the weapons that we need to win this war and get Russians out of our territory and return our people back to their homes. So I'm just adding to what was mentioned before.
Thank you, Victoria. And I think that's exactly it. There's a big disconnect between reality and what's actually going on, and that is a damn shame because it's holding things back. Now, I know Dendron has a very interesting update to work through, courtesy of the Swedish military, and then we shall go to Kiki, to Scribe, to Jan, and then to whomever else. Dendron, please.
Yeah, thanks, Norman. And no, it's not about delivering Archers or CV90s, but there was an interview yesterday with the Supreme Commander of Sweden, the Swedish television. Had an interview with him, and it was quite interesting what he had to say. Actually, first I want to say there was actually some kind of opinion poll within EU.
I'm just wondering, Dendron, did he discuss the commissioning of a new naval vessel, the biggest yet seen, which will be used for several miles before it sinks?
No, he didn't. You have to fill me in there.
So you're saying that the head of Swedish military has learned from past mistakes?
Yeah. I mean, he's actually from the Air Force, so probably that's the reason for it. Now I got your point. I'm a little bit slow. If it was even miles, it could transfer before it actually sank. But anyway, so probably all of you have heard what Mr. Stoltenberg said, that he sees a big risk in that NATO will be dragged into this war, basically unless it's stopped in Ukraine, which is, I think we all agree to. And he was asked about this question. He was asked about his stance on that, and I mean the Supreme Commander was asked by the reporter if he agrees to what Stoltenberg is saying. And he said, yes, there is a risk. He obviously couldn't put any odds on it, how big the risk is, but it sounded like it's a big risk. I mean, that's how it came out. And then the reporter said, almost like a surprised response. Now I'm translating, obviously, that means the situation is pretty serious then. And then the commander's response was, yes, if you have not realized how serious it is already, and that it took Stoltenberg's statement for you to realize, then it's about time you understand that we are in a really serious situation. He was also he was asked about red lines, basically what could pull NATO into the war, and obviously that's mentioned as red lines, and his response was that's by the use of weapons of mass destructions. And by that I don't only mean nuclear. I mean that could be chemical or nuclear. And then he got the question: would chemical be a red line? He said maybe, depending on the situation, but nuclear definitely would be a red line. And I don't think that comes out of a vacuum. Him saying that, because we don't have ourselves, so we couldn't sign on that. So that's probably what's been talked about among them.
Did he hint at all at what might be in that defense review paper on what the Swedish military forces can spare?
No, he didn't. But he not in any detail at all, actually. But he somehow hinted. He said that we have to be prepared to pay the price we are paying now to support Ukraine. Whatever it takes, we have to be prepared to pay whatever price to support Ukraine. Because the price of not support, the price is nothing compared to the price we would have to pay if we were dragged into the war. So basically, yeah, I mean that could be translated into what kind of support he is prepared to give, also militarily. So I'm pretty sure he's pushing as much as he can to provide as much as he see we can do without jeopardizing our own security. And also, it's quite nice to hear him say this, because it's not only the public who's the audience to this. I'm pretty sure this is being fed into the government, people in power. And I really hope they are taking his advice.
Thanks, Dan. So, see, I think this is really useful, right? I think that's a really useful thing to be pointing to at some level. And this comes from Sweden, a country which is hitherto not yet in NATO, and relatively close, at least by sea, from Russia. And make that sort of clarity of mind, that is something that'd be great if you could infect some colleagues further south with, right, then, John?
Yeah, exactly. And I really hope a lot of Swedes saw this, because as the commander almost thrown back at the reporter on his question or his statement that that means it's pretty serious. He really tried to convey how serious the situation is. That if you haven't realized now is the time to realize it's for real. And this was on state television, so I hope many people saw it.
Thank you, then, John. No, this is fantastic. Thanks for bringing it to us as well, because obviously that's in Swedish, and unless you're Swedish or work in a particular branch such as easy to assemble furniture or cookery, then you don't really understand what they're saying, right? Florian, sorry, we missed you earlier several times for calls. I think we've lost Wendy in the meantime, but if you wish to comment on what's previously raised, feel free.
Yeah, sorry, but I have a good excuse. The Axel called me, and then I was killed off. Why is Germany's position so confusing to everybody else, and why they seem to be hesitant to act? Of course, to a degree they act, but they don't act as decisively as we all wish on this space here. I think it's a mixture. There's the East Germans who are really afraid and are totally against help. It's in the majority of East German population, around 50%, against support of Ukraine. The West German population is massively in favor of it. And there's historical reason. There's never again, but it's wrongly understood in Germany in the sense of never again use weapons. That weapons are useful to protect you from a genocide is then lost. That's a left issue. The left doesn't want to supply weapons, or military intervention, whatever. So this is one aspect. And the other aspect is Mr. Scholz. I think the German public is, at least West Germany, is far further ahead. Mr. Scholz is very, very afraid. It leads very much in a very defensive way. It's not, and that's why Germany is not acting. And that's why they're testing the waters. That's why they're bringing up this false pretense of Russian reaction or Russian, I don't know, atomic attack on Germany. And so totally agreed with Wendy. It will not happen. NATO is in between. All the West is in between. Germany's position is essentially very, very safe. And that's why it should deliver the weapon systems and be sort of a more weighty member of this coalition.
Thank you, Flooding. I think that really characterizes it well, right? You can't rely on things going on their own. However, nevertheless, there is a substantial strength behind the coalition, even within Germany. And see, this is the thing that irritates me somewhat sometimes, is you're lacking in determination because there's an argument that there isn't a consensus, even when there is, I would argue, enough of a consensus. This is quite frustrating, right then, John? From further north, it must be quite confusing.
Yeah, it is. And thank you for taking my question. But Florian, I mean, isn't it strange? Because basically East Germany was in the same situation as Poland or Romania or other nations influenced or occupied by Russia. And they were liberated, well, basically the same time as all the others. And so why are they so different from the rest of the Eastern Europe, who is so opposed to Russia?
To be honest, you should ask Bayonade this question. He's from East Germany. I gave up on understanding East Germany already 10 or 15 years ago. I've really given up. Why 40 or 50% votes for this damn populists from left and right? Why they are so fearful? Why they're so resistant to modernity? I have no real good explanation. Maybe 45 years of East Germany plus the 12 years of Nazi time were too long dictatorship that left a bigger mark than everybody thought. I don't know. I think you need a psychologist to really, or a sociologist to answer that question. I don't understand it. Exactly, as like all rational thinking people, it doesn't make any sense.
No, certainly doesn't. And I'm glad that slowly, even though slowly, we're moving past that. All right. Who's next up? Kiki. Hi.
Hi. My name is Kiki. I'm Greek. I live in the United States for the past 18 years, but I do have my 2 cents to put in the conversation. We have suffered a genocide in my family. We are Pontian Greeks, and on my mother's side, we were prosecuted by the Turkish people and barely escaped. And during the World War II, my grandfather was captured in a village in Oropos, and he was forced to in a labor camp in Germany for 2.5 years. He was liberated by the United States. So I do have, as a family, we do have quite an understanding, and we do relate with the pain of what's happening in Ukraine, not to the point that Ukrainians do, but we do. I do see Germany's point of view, and I think that it's time to act, because we're on the brink of World War III. I understand that there are limitations to the usage of and the sending weapons, but it is time to act as liberators. It's time to provide what they can. They can offer troops, whatever they can offer. They should, because they have an obligation to Europe that has suffered for many years, I'm not just talking about Greece. I'm talking about other countries that have suffered during World War I and II, specifically II. That was devastating to many of the countries. So the fact that they are fearful, I think that many Europeans do not see well to that, do not understand it, because Europeans have opened up their homes. They have given healthcare, shelter, food to not only the people who are going.
Sorry, Kiki. I think we're building up and using examples that are well in everybody's awareness at this point. So you're saying now is the time to give Ukraine all the weaponry it possibly needs in order to be able to kick the Russians out, right? That's really the point.
Absolutely, that's my point. I don't want to go on and on and on, but it's time for Germany to act. For me, there's no excuse. That's how I see it as a European, because that's how I see myself. I see myself more as a European, especially now, than a United States citizen. It is time to act, and there are no excuses. The excuses should go to the side. I do understand what's behind it, but we need to brave through it, and Germany is in a position of power and can help. That's all. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Kiki. # Free the Leopards. Couldn't agree more. I think you'll find a general broad agreement among most, if not all, here. Excellent. Thank you, Kiki. Scribe, go ahead.
I just have a real quick question. How powerful does the explosion have to be registered on a seismo scale? Because I remember you guys talking about the oil plant explosion, and I'm thinking, how big of an explosion was this?
Honestly, I don't think that depends on how far away it is from the seismograph and what the geology of the area is. If you have even a very small explosion right next to the seismograph, it will register. If you have a medium-sized explosion far away from a seismograph, it won't register. So the question is, how close is the seismograph? I know that's not an answer, but
Finland.
That is the answer.
And the answer is that these have been registered all across Finland, as well as northern Canada. And there's no surprise there. This is just geology and a bit of physics.
Yeah, exactly. But just saying it registered as an earthquake. But yeah, but where is the relevant question, and how strong? And just saying the one bit, it doesn't really tell you anything about any of the rest. All right. Thank you, Scrap. Thank you, Axel. Jan, I think is
now before we go to Jan, I have to clarify one thing for Peace for Ukraine, because this is the reason why I just came up. I'm actually going into a meeting and we had technical issues before, and I know. But yes, we use the bobsled there. I hope that helps out.
Okay, that's a nice piece of cryptic messaging. Yes, you use the bobsled there. Understood. No, I know what you're referring to.
Ukraine. Okay, good.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, hi there. My name is Jan. I just wanted to step in because Florian stepped out and wanted to give some insight, if you're still interested, from one of 80 million Germans, because I can't speak for all of them. First of all, I want to say, Kiki, I totally agree what you say. We should step in and give 100% engagement. But what I think, what this fear, what you are asking about, this fear about using of nuclear weapons is about. From my experiences, I grew up during the Cold War, and we have been really aware about it, that when the conflict escalates, this was the so-called Theater Europe. It was very clear that the first atomic bombs would fall down on German soil, because we had been the border state which had been the natural nuclear desert for stopping the Russians or the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union. And I think this fear or this thinking is still alive somehow. So it's some kind of allergic when it goes to using of nuclear weapons, and this is what Putin is really he's really sure about it, and that's why he just says it, because you know how it works with this fear and on many Germans. And I know that before the Ukrainian war started, me myself, many Germans said, please put away the last nuclear bombs that are stored from the American army on German soil. And I agreed on that. I said, I don't want them there. We can have peace a different way. So nowadays, I would say I'm completely wrong, but I think this is basically the West German thinking that is very widespread. And another topic, I think, is because where Germany has been defeated and been divided, and on both sides of the Iron Curtain, well, I think Germany has been some kind of a nanny state. So the others decided for us. So, and it was very comfortable in some way. We could in West Germany we could build up industry, and we could do our thing, and we could do the nice things. We could deliver some technical help maybe, but nothing. We didn't make our hands bloody again, and it was a very comfortable situation to say, well, we don't kill people, and we are a soft power somehow, and this is maybe some kind of defining story, I think, and I think this still goes on till now, and the delusion has been destroyed by reality now. So we can't stand back, and we can't just look nice and shake hands and make business. That doesn't work. But
Wendy,
I think it's
did all of these contributions help you?
That's very kind of you to go to me, Dolan. I'm just I'd really thank you, Jan, for coming up. I guess there's other hands before me, so I'm very happy to wait my turn. Thank you for calling on me. I'm just
well, simply because all of these were fundamentally aimed at you. That's why.
Yes. Okay. I will just. Jan, I appreciate that. Thank you, and thank you, Jan. I mean, this is not the Cold War, and therefore Germany and Germans particularly, they have the opportunity to define how they are seen by the international community, and how they wish to how they wish to be identified in a civilized world. You see, we all eventually leave this earth, yeah, and all that remains of us eventually is just a name. That name is what but sound and echo. So what does Germany wish to shape for its future generations as that echo in 2022? Because the way I see this is that are we really going to stand back and continue a policy that we've had for 8 years in the West of watching Eastern Ukrainians end up underneath recreational parks as victims of genocide from the initial invasion of Ukraine in 2014 in Luhansk and Donetsk? Are we going to sit back and watch more war crimes as we saw yesterday?
No.
Or good.
Definitely no. That's because that's the reason why we meet here, because we fully agree on that, and I agree on that, and I would do everything to stop this genocide. And this means sending weapons, sending leopards, ramp up production of ammunition, and so on. We have to stop this now. So I totally agree, and I would be very happy if we could have a leading role in this, but we haven't. We haven't yet, and I think we will come too late. And it makes me sad. It makes me angry, but it doesn't help.
It's never too late, sir. It's never ever too late. What may be perceived in a very small parts of your political leadership as an ideological roadblock, this is actually the opposite. It is an ideological motivation. Leopard 2s, the sight of Leopard 2s in Ukraine, nobody has a problem with. No, I'm sure nobody on the street where you live has a problem with it. Nobody on the street where I live has a problem with it. And
neither have me. Neither have me.
Good. Who's the only person that has a problem with this?
It's clearly to say this is a political thing. I think it has been discussed very often because what is typical in Germany is we have I don't know the word for it. We have relative majorities. We have no absolute majority like maybe in Great Britain. So we have many smaller fractions of parties that have to get along. At the moment, we have 3 parties that try to get along with each other, and they are very, very different. So, and especially the SPD party has, I think, they are standing on the brakes, definitely. The other 2 parties are much different, but it doesn't help. And behind the scenes, you hear. I have attended 2 weeks ago a meeting from the Munich Security Conference, and there was an advisor of Scholz, and you really heard about it. It's the old attitude that Russia is somehow nice and we shouldn't be mean to them, and I can't explain. It's a complete appeasement and corruption. So they really think, and I think behind the scenes they really hope they can go back to the pre-war scenario and make nice deals with Russia. I don't know why, but it's there are some advisors around that really go in that direction, and that's the ones who are standing on the brakes.
Given that, thank you, Jan. Given that denial, given that this is now an open stance in favor of allowing these crimes to continue, how do Germans wish to hold their political representatives accountable for lying to them about their true intentions? Because this is fundamentally what we're talking about, is it not? It is a posture which is insincere. It is saying that they do not want these crimes to happen, yet, and having the means at their disposal to stop these crimes from happening, and yet a refusal to stop them.
I would still say that a majority of Germans is really wants to do more, wants to send more weapons. That was a really clear stance during the months. That's what I experienced. But we have the problem to explain it more politically. If I am unhappy with my government, which I am in that part, think what are the alternatives? People who are there are some people who are really unhappy with this coalition, and they go to the right. They go to the Russian sock puppets, to AfD party. They and on the other hand, there's the CDU, which was Merkel's party, but they want to they understand the opposition in doing something like a right shift. A really strong. They do. They have even strong ties to the MAGA movement in USA. They tried the same thing somehow. The leader met with people of them from the from the MAGA idiots from the US, and they tried the same things. And so, what is the alternative? We have to put pressure on our current government, because there will be no other.
Appreciate that, Jan. I'm going to obviously, because I can see there's so many hands up. I just wanted to say thank you for coming up to speak. Saving of Ukrainian children the identity, the political identity by which you, your friends, and everybody who you feel politically associated with, be it from the left or from the right, make the saving of Ukrainian lives your policy, because
Slava
it
Ukraini.
defines who you are. Heroium Slava, Slava Nazi.
Smet Voraham.
Smet Voraham.
All right. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Jan. Thank you all. Let's go. I want to move on to David, who's been waiting a long time, and then we'll go on to Nale and Charles, and then John and Chris. David.
Yeah, hi. So maybe a little bit of a different perspective on the place of Germany. So I'm a German citizen, but I'm actually from London, as you can probably hear. And you know, whilst I think the frustration from a lot of us that Germany's not moving quickly enough, in the historical perspective, I think that Germany's moved actually a great deal, and it's easy to underestimate the effect of the Second World War. So first of all, you know, the German word for leader is Führer, and you can see the problem, right? The Germany in a leadership position is a difficult proposition for Germans, even if it's not, you know, primarily in the front of their minds. This concept of Germany being a leader is just problematic, and you know, just taking the West German state, you know, that's a creation of the post-war settlement driven by the Allies, ignoring East Germany for now. The Federal Republic of Germany's split into Länder, which are quite powerful, so it's it's a true federation in that sense. Those regional identities have a big say in the German identity as well. And don't forget, Germany wasn't united until 1871. So in itself, it's still quite a young nation. And the feeling for national pride, if you like, you know, I remember, I don't know when the European Cup was in Germany, but you know, it was a thing at the European Cup in Germany. I think it was 2012. It might have been earlier than that, maybe 2004. You know, it was a thing that Germans were proud again to wave the German flag, and until that point, you know, waving the German flag was seen as being something, you know, something a bit nationalistic, and something, you know, Germans really didn't want to go there.
Did I lose David, or?
I think we lost David there, Damon. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Good. I was worried it was just me. Charles, do you want to pick up on that? Coming from a similar situation, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I can understand what you're talking about, Wendy. I think what Jan
is based on.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we got David back. I think maybe, possibly. No, David, your connection is iffy. Charles, go ahead. I'll recycle David.
Okay. So I can completely understand the frustration. I would just say that I think, I mean, I've said this on the space before, but the whole never again, the lessons learned that I've experienced here in Germany are different than what we experienced in the United States or the UK or in the victors of the Second World War. The never again means we need to look internally in Germany to not let that happen again. It's a very internal focus. It's not the duty to intervene. It is more of what do we need to do to control our own extremism, and so that's where I see somewhat of the difference. When we get into the politics side of things, I mean, if we had a different coalition, if we had, for example, CDU, Green, and FDP, then this would not be a question at all. But we don't have that. That won't come for a couple more years. But I think that I think that at the core of this is this idea of, okay, what is the expectation of Germany? Obviously, as the economic powerhouse of the EU, and should they have foreign policy goals that are very, very clear? I think so. I don't think that we have them in Germany. I haven't seen clear foreign policy goals, especially not based on values, over the last 20 years. Now, 16 of those years were under Merkel. So I'm not blaming Merkel for all this, but this whole idea of having a foreign policy that's based on values, and also this understanding of, how would we interpret this genocide in Ukraine? I think that the Germans look at it very, very differently. This whole question of never again, because they were the perpetrators of previous genocide, not the victors. So they look at it very, very internally and are quite sensitive to it, but they don't see it as a duty to intervene. And these are the barriers that I think Germany is overcoming at the moment. But unfortunately, it takes a lot of time, and we're not there yet.
Thank you, Charles. David, we got you back. Your connection was playing up quite badly earlier.
Yeah, sorry about that. So where did I drop out? Had I got to the commercial aspect of Germany's place in the world? Okay, so I think I was around about the general population being generally in favour of doing a lot more, and the main problem being Scholz.
Yes.
Scholz being captive to two considerable, let's say, lobby groups within German society. One is, the left wing, and the other is the commercial aspect. And so Germany's entire business model is based on producing, fairly expensive, high-end products in a lot of fields. I mean, everyone knows about the cars, but basically the whole, let's say, raison d'etre of German industry is producing good stuff, right? And the basis for that commercial success worldwide has been dependent for the last 50 years on cheap energy from, guess where, Russia. And changing that is, something that you can't do overnight. So he's got two things to, weigh up. For political expediency, and it's not easy. It's not an excuse for Scholz, because he really should be the person taking leadership here, and also looking to the electorate, because I think that they're moving in exactly the right direction. So whilst there's not an excuse for Germany behaving the way it does, I think that there are fair reasons for seeing it being in the position it's in. There are a couple of other slightly unrelated points I'd like to address, but is that okay, or do you want me to stop?
No, go ahead, David. But I do worry whenever we go into this that we're doing a little bit too much of what the German establishment tend to do, and that is to say navel gazing. Even if we're looking at somebody else's navel, as creepy as that might sound, and somehow engaging in the very same thing that seems to be the problem.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. But there isn't a clear leadership person in Europe, let alone country, and Europe itself is constructed in such a way to almost prevent such a thing ever evolving. So it's not an excuse. Clearly Europe should be more united and more able to do certain things in respect to foreign policy, but it's not there yet, and it's not there yet because of the Second World War, and the way the European community is constructed. It's, you know, it is what it is. To move on away from that point, there were a couple of things that I think that Erland or Jan was mentioning. So first of all, red lines. Red lines for me are a no-no. Red lines are my red lines. I think it's really dangerous to start stating red lines. And Obama, you know, famously said something about, you know, invasion of Syria and set down a red line there, and then did nothing about it. So I mean, if you state a red line, then you should be very well prepared to back it up and implement something straight after it being crossed. And I think it's very rare that that's the case. So avoid red lines. I think the conversation at that point was about, you know, what would bring NATO into the fray. And
I literally couldn't agree more. I just want to say to that, I literally couldn't agree more. The red lines and the discussion of red lines is so misguided.
Yeah, I mean, there's this kind of narrative that you have to set red lines and then everyone knows what to, you know, what rules to play by. But basically, setting a red line means, you know, step over this and something happens. And if you're not going to do that, then, you know, there's no point in having the red line. And usually the idea is that you put the red line down and therefore you don't have to do anything. But if you put it down, basically somebody wants to step over it straight away to see if you're bluffing. So yeah, I think we agree in anger on that point. Then, you know, the reason that I think was brought up was, you know, this topic of, you know, what brings NATO into the fray in a bigger way, and you know, I think we're doing quite a good job of making sure that our red lines are fairly ambiguous at the moment. Where I think the big problem is that we're not being robust enough. And you know, on one side, Russia's threatening nuclear Armageddon, and the question is, how can we escalate in a way which doesn't threaten nuclear Armageddon? The problem is that Russia's doctrine is escalate to de-escalate. So for every minor escalation we do, there's a follow-up escalation on their side, and the only way really to counter that is to make an overwhelming escalation. Now, there are a number of ways you can do that, which isn't threatening nuclear Armageddon. And, you know, my suggestion would have been last year, park a couple of aircraft carriers in the Dardanelles, park another couple in the Baltic Sea, and that would have probably stopped the war. And my suggestion at the moment for that overwhelming escalation is park a couple of aircraft carriers in Odessa on humanitarian grounds, because Odessa's got 1.5 million people without electricity, so the aircraft carriers could just be there for power supply reasons. Now, of course, highly unlikely that anything like that could happen or could have happened back in October, but incremental escalation on our side means, from my point of view, we're basically sleepwalking into a disaster. And until we do something different that the Russians aren't expecting, we're going to be in this permanent, you know, I raise you 5, we raise you 10, we raise you another 5, they raise 10, and at the moment, all the escalation they can do is more brutality on civilians. So yeah, that's kind of all I wanted to say for now.
Thanks, David. And yeah, that's how you. No, I will comment on one thing. I like the aircraft carriers as power generation facilities idea, because that's what they are, right? That is what the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is. The one problem is with the practical execution of that is the Montreal Convention, because it doesn't actually have a concept of an aircraft carrier. That's why the Russians developed this, you know, aircraft carrying cruiser capability, among other. And now, while the US has not signed the Montreal Convention, it still tends to observe the content and the spirit of it, and that limits things a little bit additionally. But I do like the thinking, and if only, right? Okay, I agree with the escalation stuff being absolute nonsense, because it is fundamentally absolute nonsense. That is that's not how escalation works. Whatever people in positions of power usually portray it as, and there's literally no space for Russia to escalate anyway, not within what they might actually be minded to do. So, right, Nale, you've been waiting for a awfully long time. We've got the Dendron Fancy Pants. Nale.
Yeah, that's quite all right. I want to ask Denjon a question about attitudes towards warfare and the like in Sweden. And before I ask my question, I love Sweden, and the sauna is on and the beer is cold still. But my question is that when we read about Sweden here, and they make a poll every year, I think, or every other year, regarding the willingness to defend your country with arms. So the percentage of service age men here in Finland, it's like what, 75-80% that says yes, that they would be willing and ready to do that. But in Sweden it's like 30%. And then I hear a term in Swedish that is fredsskadad, which is damaged by peace. Do you then, John, think that that is actually a real thing, that you can be fredsskadad and you don't have a concept what war means at all? Because as you described earlier, this reporter was on the national TV station. A journalist doesn't understand how serious the situation is. So what's going on is my question. You're right. That is probably the situation. I mean, I haven't seen those polls, but I heard about them. But bear in mind, 30% of Swedish men is probably the same amount of people as the 70% of Finnish men. So we would be equal terms in terms of numbers. But yeah, no, I get your point. Incorrect, sir. Oh, you mean real men, like Finnish? Then we are behind, yeah. Yes, I think what you're saying is right. I mean, since the early 2000s, I mean, we've basically taken down all defense capabilities. Not all, but you know what I mean. It's been regrettably dismembered and thrown for the wind. And I think we've been living here in kind of some kind of like what is described for Germany, that all the wars are behind us and they will be peaceful and just business going forward. But I'm pretty sure also that this has now changed. Maybe it's not up to 70-80% like in Finland, but for sure it's higher than any opinion taken before the war. So yes, and probably has improved and will improve going forward. Sounds good to me. Yeah, I can say one thing. It's hard to measure apart from asking people the question, right? What we do have, we have the conscription, which is now again mandatory, and I think there are more people willing than we're able to train and equip currently. But so that's a difficult one to see if it's going up or down. But you have the hemvärnet, you know, the regional defense, or the how do you say I don't know what to call it. You know what I mean with hemvärnet.
Territorial defense forces.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And
Home
they
defense.
home defense. Exactly. Thank you. That's on me. And they have seen significant increase in applicants. So I assume this is a good measurement of the change of opinion and willingness to actually defend.
Yeah, so heja Sverige then.
Oh, heja Finland. We are so happy we have you as a neighbor.
Likewise.
Excellent. Yeah, at least one side secure, right? Then John, if you have more, go for it. And then we'll go to Fancy Pants.
No, I had something, but I actually forgot about it. So if he comes back, I will put my hand up again. Thank you.
All right, Fancy Pants. Fancy Pants. Fancy Pants didn't pay his phone bill. Wisniewski, did you forget that you changed your call sign? Nope, he knows he's Fancy Pants. Okay, in which case, Johannes, go ahead.
Yeah, another Swede here. I just thought I would follow up the previous discussion with the Swedish support, etc. for Ukraine. I saw a poll the other day that 97% of Swedes support Ukraine after the Russian invasion. And in the same poll, Finland came in at 95%. So I think we're very aware of what's going on finally. But to Dan John's point, yes, we've been living in some fairy tale.
Yeah, so the fairy tales are supposed to be written a bit further south. Daniel.
I don't know. I have to come in as the third Swede then. I concur with the previous speakers, but I want to add something that I think Sweden is quite divided and had always been. There's always been a lot of people that I would call realists that understand the reality of war and sort of big politics and understanding how the world works. And then there are people living in some kind of fantasy land where they think that as long as we just sing kumbaya and hold our hands, everything will fix itself. And I think also that the past 80 years we've had that coming also, that narrative coming from governments and so on, because so that has actually set quite an agenda in the population. So you have a quite division, but I also think that when it comes to this term of being damaged by peace, that is actually something that is this real. Sweden hasn't formally been in war since I think it's 1812. I don't remember exactly, Napoleon Wars. And that means that no one living today have parents that has been to war. They don't have grandparents that can tell them about how bad it was in the Second World War and how narrow they escaped oppression, how people sacrificed their lives. I mean, the baddest stories we have from World War II is how hard it was to get some food because everything was rationed. And we don't even have grandparents that can tell those kind of stories. And I think that sets something in the population.
I think that's an interesting point. No, because Sweden's been out of it a little bit, but nevertheless, you know, the percentages that was Johannes that brought them up. You know, that alone says a lot. I think that alone says a lot. All right, let's try Fancy Pants again. Fancy Pants. Fancy Pants. No. Okay, Big Papa, go ahead.
I had a few questions about Poland, if that's all right, and one about
go for it.
Poland and Germany. This tank not tank, but the repair place that the Germany's opening up in was it Slovakia?
Correct.
I read a couple articles, but they seem to be conflicting. One of them says that Poland refused to let sorry about that refused shut up Poland refused to let them put it in Poland because Poland wanted the proprietary technical information and Germany said no. Okay, the other article said no, Poland had provided them a facility, but it wasn't where Germany wanted to be. Germany wanted it on a particular base or army base, or I don't remember where they wanted. It was about the location. What is the story there? Is there something going on? Are they not getting along?
Well, I can tell you the current Polish government certainly isn't getting along with any Germans generally for other reasons, mainly domestic political ones. So I won't touch on that too deeply. What I will say is I don't know why specifically they would have prevented the construction of that repair facility in a specific place. Now, quite a lot of repairs are definitely going on in Poland. I can assure you of that bit. Why this Kraus Maffei Wigman one got opened in Slovakia rather than Poland, I don't know the details of. I'm sure there's some stuck in somewhere, but I think we're getting a poll up who might be able to help. And Mufka, go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon. I mean, the issue with the service plant is a little bit more complicated because Germans requested the place. It's in Hotosolova Vola. It's one of our main industrial complexes. We're making our howitzers and other stuff, and and there is no agreement between two sides. And the other thing, the other issue is that, as you guys know, we're using Leopard tanks from Germany, and around 128 of them, they are in process of modernization. And there is a big issue with that also, because Leo A4s, the older ones with the square turret, there is a lot of issue with the spare parts from Germany, and our government, I don't know how to say that in English, but in case of war, if during the peacetime we cannot get the spare part for our tanks, the thinking is what's going to happen if we are with war with Russia. The question is if we're gonna get spare parts for our tanks, if we have a problem with them during the peacetime. So that's the main issue. And the other issue is also that's why we're buying stuff from South Korea, like tanks, howitzers, MRLS. A few years ago, there's a project between Germany and France to make future Europe tank, and we told them, you have to excuse my English, I get so rusty. Our government will approach them and told them, okay, we are very interested in that project. We would like to buy at least 800 tanks. And they told us no. So, that's why our government
had issue with the Germans. I think maybe that explains a little bit the situation and playing ping pong from one side to another with the patriots, with the politics and stuff like that. The main issue here is military industry and parts. We used to we used to bought from Germany, or we used to get from Germany, and that's the main issue. Okay, I think that's it for now.
Yeah, that's great. That was going to be my that answered a couple of questions for me. I was that's kind of where I was going. I just had one more, if that's okay.
Go for it.
You know, they had the big Polish purchase of the South Korean equipment, but also I remember at the beginning of the war. There was a contract for them to produce 72 crabs, I think it was. They delivered 18, and then there was 54. Is that still on? Are they still manufacturing the crab howitzers, or is this Korean?
Yes, sir.
Rebrand the Koreans, or how's that work?
No, they still manufacture the crabs, and I can tell you that the contract, the crabs on the Ukraine, I don't know, it's all 72 of them, but there is more than 18. That's what I can tell you right now. I can't go farther because it's beyond my pay grade. So we're gonna make crabs, and also we're gonna do like a second line to produce the crabs in a different part of the country on the western side. So we some of the critical military production, we're gonna move more western side away from Russia. So there will be second line for the crabs, and also we're gonna build the K9s. They are very similar. And they are very similar, and
same chassis, different turret.
Yes, the chassis is the same. The turret is a little bit different, and they're gonna produce both of them. Or I mean, first K9s they come from Korea, and then step by step we're gonna produce them. So they're gonna be about two line of howitzers, crab and K9.
Very good. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thanks,
Doman.
All right. Thank you both. Abdallah, go ahead.
Hey, Doman, thank you so much. Hope you're well. Hope everybody is doing well. Just wanted to say about Germany. I was reading a political article that some German political elites are of the mindset that since Poland is breaking the bank when it comes to its defense, it might be better for them to rely on Poland as a buffer and overall defense security, and using NATO, the US as an umbrella overall in the continent. And also, I think many of us earlier on, including me, we were saying, what's going on with Germany? Why aren't they doing more? This is if they're gonna wake up, this has to be it. But I think we might be asking the unthinkable, the impossible from Germany, from German political elites. A country that has neglected its own security in order to protect their prosperity and their democracy. I think it would be a hard sell to build another country's defense. So I think, and I don't think miracles are going to happen. It might take another generation of political leaders in Germany to change this mindset. And Dom and my battery might die soon, so I just wanted to end there. Thank you so much, and I'll go down.
Thanks, Abdallah. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted. Didn't quite catch all of that, but I will simply take that as a comment. Then, John, quick question. While we have more Swedes up, you know, the thing that you went into a little bit earlier with the commander of the Swedish Armed Forces and what he described. I'd love to hear what you thought was the main message from that. Maybe the other couple of Swedes we have a comment on that as well. Thanks.
Yeah, the main message was that the situation is extremely serious, and there's a risk, and the way you put it, a big risk of this spilling over. And also the other message was that we are paying a price now. We have to pay a price. We have to pay a bigger price, because that price of supporting Ukraine, whatever it takes. I mean, in terms of sending aid and weapons, and I assume it also means the price we pay for energy and so on, is a much lower price that we would have to pay if we were to be involved in the war. So I think those are the two main things I took from it. Mic check.
Thanks, then, John. Johannes?
Well, basically, he was asked about Jens Stoltenberg's earlier comments about that this could actually turn into a NATO conflict, and he concurred with everything Stoltenberg said, and plus added what Denron said. So, yeah, he's painting a very grim picture, but I think, he's doing a good job.
Then, John?
Yeah, another thing that he said, which I think I also agree to, is what does winning means. I mean, for either party, and maybe especially now for Ukraine, what does winning mean? What comes after? Say Ukraine takes back all its territories. Is that a win? He didn't say that explicit, but he said that he can't see what he can't see the end of this conflict. It's really difficult to see how it will end, and when to call it a quit, so to say. A little bit difficult to explain, but he said something like that.
Johannes?
Basically that he doesn't see the conflict ending soon, and that this would be, he expects it to go on for a very long time. And I think he was asked the time frame, and he basically said that, well, if it all comes down to Russia and how Russia escalates, and but at this point of time, he didn't see any end to it. But and also he made comments about Russia using nuclear weapons, and basically said that would be the tipping point and the red line for when this would turn into a conflict with NATO.
A consultant.
Daniel?
Yeah, well, I find from both of you, but I just want to add to this about the conflict, not seeing that he doesn't see where the conflict would end. I also interpret that as even if Ukraine sort of wins the war, we should not expect that that's the end of it. Because, I mean, as long as Russia is not changed in some way, we will have a conflict for many, many years with Russia, even if it's not an open conflict.
John, what do you reckon?
Well, just one more point on conflict termination. It's absolutely in Russia's interest to keep this going. So even if Ukraine, or even when, forgive me, Ukraine has liberated all of its territory, it's in Russia's interest to continue, because as long as there is a state of some form of hostility, open hostility between Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine can't join NATO. So they will be motivated, whoever is in charge in Russia will be motivated to maintain some level of conflict in order to forestall that process, even though it's not going to be an easy or a simple process anyway. As long as that's on the table, as long as there is an open conflict, they can achieve one of their primary foreign policy objectives. Did I break the space?
No, we hear you.
No, all good. Sorry, just a bit of a glitch there. Johannes, I think, has a point to come back on.
Yeah, but he also talked a lot about, not a lot, but some about a NATO application, which seems to be ratified by Turkey and the developments there. And he was asked about how that application affects our security and the fact that we're not in NATO yet, and in terms of Article 5, etc. And I think he kind of played down the security risk. Riskiest period for Sweden was before we actually applied, and that it's now we have security guarantees from individual NATO countries, but of course that it's something else than Article 5. So yeah, pretty much that.
Thanks, Johannes. John, while we have you up, what do you reckon? Let's say a more zoomed out scale here. There's sort of a clarity of opinion coming from someone so high up in the Swedish armed forces, even before they managed to get into NATO. Isn't this, particularly good to see? That even a country that is still waiting for the I's to be dotted and the T's to be crossed before it can get itself into, the ultimate security alliance, its military leadership already saying no, it is a clear situation. It isn't that complicated. Maybe this can percolate down to some of the others that already have and enjoy the security themselves.
I don't think I'd be very surprised if there was much doubt about the next 5 years at least being a very bumpy ride amongst any of the senior military commanders in Europe and obviously across the NATO alliance, but Sweden and Finland as well, as you say. I don't think there's any doubts there at all. The evergreen issue is persuading politicians to listen to the strategic assessments and advice of their senior militaries, which is ironic because in any government, the only people who have, a career of real strategic thinking and training are the military. A lot of it gets farmed out now to civil servants, and some of those civil servants do have a degree of strategic education, but most of them don't. But even so, the nature of a democracy is, politicians want the freedom of action, the freedom to decide. They don't want to be pinned down and boxed into corners by their advisors, be they military or anybody else. So it's in their political interests a lot of the time not to listen to the professional advice that they are receiving, or to avoid receiving it by structuring the systems around them in such a way that advice doesn't get to them unless they directly seek it. and then they tend not to seek it. I mean, just to give you, sorry for going off on one, but just to give you a very small example, Blair did not ask the UK military what the downside risk of invading Iraq was until February 2003, which sounds astonishing and unbelievable, being as he'd been planning it since November 2001. But nevertheless, that is the case. And that's what politicians do. Cameron did the same when Sarkozy decided that it was time to attack Gaddafi in Libya in 2011. The PM at the time, Cameron, turned around to David Richards, who was the chief of the defence staff, and just said, "I'll do the talking, you do the fighting." There was no attempt to interrogate the wider strategic situation, the downside of what could go wrong, nothing. And politicians, democratic politicians have this ability to just act on the fly pretty much as they wish a lot of the time, and not even to solicit proper advice. So it's no surprise to me that senior military in Sweden, in Finland, in Poland, in Germany, in France, in any major European country is turning around and saying, look, this is the situation. This is really bad. We need to actually be preparing yesterday for a very uncertain couple of years, as an absolute minimum. And politicians are at liberty to completely ignore that. I think I'm probably just going round and round the same point here. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks, John. No, but see, I think it's good, right? I think it's good because, like you often say, what is the job? Okay, tell me this. What is the job of the person who runs the military, the highest ranking officer in a country? What is really their job?
Well, their job is to ensure that they can deliver a military solution to a foreign policy problem when requested, when required. I mean, you would say it's ultimately it's the protection of the homeland, the protection of the nation from armed attack from external actors. But I mean, that's not the decision to do that is not their choice.
And so in peacetime, their job is to secure what?
Well, most of the time it's to secure sufficient budget to make sure that they can provide the capability as and when called upon by the political authority.
Exactly, right? So you see, this is why I think it's important that it's the highest ranking officer in Sweden saying these things, right? Because what does it mean? It means that there's a clear realization that right now, giving Ukraine what it needs to destroy the Russian military, because that is what is going to take for Russians to pack up and go home, right? That is, to some degree, a very good use of the resources that, say, the Swedish military has. And what I wanted to underscore here is, yes, it's the job of the top ranks of the military in a country to secure and to ensure that a country has enough resources, both at any given point, but also that it can secure enough resources, funding, to sustain as big a military as it needs and as well equipped as a military as it needs. But I think under these circumstances, when Ukraine is doing what it's doing to the Russian military, the principal danger to the rest of Europe, I think it's fantastic. I think it's particularly meaningful because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much if these weapons are in stocks somewhere in the West. It's possibly much better than instead of being in stock somewhere in the West, waiting for when they're needed to be used. Not all of them, but some proportion of them, that they're used to actually get rid of Russian tanks from the face of the earth, or Russian whatever else from the face of the earth. John?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously, on a personal level, I agree with you, but I've got to be quite hard-nosed about the fact that that isn't their only consideration. Ukraine is not a treaty ally of NATO or of any of the NATO countries, and they have those military commanders, as a matter of their duty, have to maintain sufficient forces to meet their alliance commitments, because that is their commitment to their allies. they have to have that force on hand. Now, in order to take calculated risks with levels of capability that actually drop existing militaries below what they need to have at hand in stock, ready to go, in order to meet those alliance commitments, is a political decision, ultimately. So that means getting NATO politicians around the table to say, okay, this is, we now feel that actually it's in our strategic interests to take risk with our own level of existing capability and potentially drop below what we guarantee to have at hand in order to meet our NATO commitments, because we can better serve our strategic interest by basically flowing that kit into Ukraine, where Ukraine are currently fighting the very enemy that our alliance is designed to secure us against, and use our kit to destroy them. Obviously, we know that there's an obvious logic to that. That's a couple of people on the space talking to each other and being rational. That's not dealing with massive governmental bureaucracies, which are irrational, pig-headed, slow, and sometimes absolutely insane in their decision-making processes. So what seems to us to be completely logical, because it is not necessarily the answer that comes out of the sausage machine once national bureaucracies have finished with it.
Thank you, John. Of course, that makes perfect sense, right? But this is what I'm saying. This is where it's good to see the input of the top ranks of an armed forces, because it's a good input. It's positive to hear that sort of input, rather than one that would say, we're not really sure. We need funding. We need financing. We're always short on it. So, okay, Ryan, I cannot add you for the life of me. You need to quit the app and come back. Abdallah, go ahead.
Hey, thank you so much, Doman. Yeah, now my phone is charging finally. Hey, John Howard, before you escape, I wanted to get your opinion on this, what I was saying earlier. Isn't it a tall order to expect from the German political elite to build Ukraine's defense? In the meantime, at the same time, for so long, they have ignored building up their own security infrastructure. In my opinion, Germany is a NATO liability if there was a conflict right now. Just wanted to get your opinion on that thinking. And I was reading a political article, I don't know if you guys heard earlier, that said that some German political elites are in the mindset of using Poland, who's breaking the bank when it comes to spending on their defense. They're planning to use Poland as a buffer and NATO's overall security umbrella, and cut down even further on the promised spending that Scholz promised earlier this year. Thanks.
John?
Thanks, Abdullah. No, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask the German political elite to part with resources that are not critical to the Bundeswehr and its current commitments. So these are weapons that are either held in stock by private sector companies like Rheinmetall and others. So they could be released and sent to Ukraine without any effect on Germany's operational capability whatsoever. It's also, and again, this one gets debunked on the space every couple of weeks. Germany hasn't been this pacifist, disarmed nation since 1945. The Bundeswehr was a very, very serious army, the West German army. And it wasn't until the end of the Cold War and decisions that were made, not just by Germany, but across Western Europe, to radically cut the size of their military spending and their military forces, that Germany shrank considerably in terms of its military capacity. It has always been a powerhouse. So no, I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask them to do that at all. I also think, and this has been discussed earlier on today, it's very clear that the German public, although there may be some dissenting voices in East Germany, who at any rate, are gravitating towards extremes. So I'm not quite sure why they have to be taken into account, to be honest. But the German public are broadly behind the proposition that Germany should deploy what it can to Ukraine. Not deploy German troops, bad choice of words, to provide to Ukraine the kit that they are able to provide, and also to prevent then the export of their equipment by third-party states who want to send Leopard 2s or IFVs or anything else to Ukraine. So no, I don't think it's unreasonable at all. I don't think the German public think that's unreasonable either. It's just, as we always come back to, it's Scholz's party, and actually I'm starting to wonder how much it is Scholz and how much it is his party. Perhaps he's not quite as bad as we've all thought him to be all this time, but he's actually dealing with almost a fifth column within his own government that he happens to belong to. But I'm using some pretty incendiary language there, so I'll stop.
Thank you, John.
Thank
Charles?
you so much, John.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood Abdullah, but did you just say that Germany might be looking at Eastern European or Central Eastern European countries as a buffer, like Poland as a buffer? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what the article on Politico said. Yeah, that's the article I was referring to using Poland, since Poland is
Okay,
spending
no,
so much money on their defenses.
that's fine. That's fine. From the author of the article, do they know what NATO is, or is that a new term for them?
I think it was a little bit more. Stop. Pause. Break. I think what they were getting to specifically is that Poland is going to be the playing the same role as West Germany did during the Cold War, which is as the principal ground power in Europe, right? And especially in the context when Poland is heavily investing into tanks and howitzers and all manner of things, that Germany is maybe taking it a little bit too easy because they think, the ground stuff is going to be sorted further to the east of us. I think that's really what it is. Abdallah, I think you maybe slightly oversimplified the recollection.
That's it. Thanks, Dominic.
So, Charles, what do you reckon? Everything just moving a couple of states to the east? Cold War round 2.
No, I'm just I heard buffer states, and I've heard that before over the last 10 months, and so I'm sort of sensitive to it. I think this thinking that NATO is not actually NATO, which it is. I think as the Baltics kind of test, and that's why Sweden and Finland will be joining. That's why Ukraine will be joining. Because I have full confidence, not just in Germany and France and the United States and the UK, but that every inch of NATO is an inch of NATO. That's why I wanted to clarify that question, because I've heard that term buffer states before.
And crucially, Charles, what did we learn from General Ben Hodges a couple of times when he joined us? What's a really important component of what we learned in terms of what is now changing because of what NATO has seen as Russia was invading Ukraine when it comes to timelines of defense and strategy for defense of, say, the Baltic states?
I must say I didn't catch all of his interviews, so you'll have to help me there. But as soon as I go in, sorry, go ahead.
I'll point out what the thing that really caught my ear was, saying that initially the plan was have a small force in the Baltics, and then Russians can take over a chunk of it if they do, and then they get driven back out again a week or two later. That was the kind of the plan going for a while, and something that the sheer brutality of the occupation changed the minds of many into saying, do you know what? No, that's completely unacceptable. It needs to be fully, completely defended on the border, effectively, or very much near the border from the get-go, with an appropriate force. That it doesn't come to a question of occupation of any territory of NATO member states at all. And I think that's something that's really definitely changed, following February 24th this year. And that, of course, brings with it a different set of logistics plans, a different set of everything else. But I think that, if anything, that really speaks against any sort of a concept of buffer states, right, Charles?
Exactly. So, I mean, to be honest, when I hear buffer states, it's a very, very small step when we start talking about sphere of influence, and that's exactly why. Why when I hear things like that, I'm sort of like, huh, I don't quite get it. But of course, what I see is that NATO, Germany, Sweden, Finland, all of the NATO member states have been very, very clear about, we are a defensive alliance. We will defend every single inch, and that's why I think what we're seeing here in Ukraine is, I think we can all see a path towards NATO membership here. Don't know how long, don't know when, but after victory, then we can see that. And that's why I think we're starting to see some of the announcements that we're seeing in terms of munitions productions 2 weeks ago. Now we're talking about additional support for Ukraine. I think we're all going in the right direction here. A defensive alliance, which doesn't have anything to do with Russia at this point. I mean, it does, because that's the immediate conflict, but nothing aggressive.
Precisely, and this is where the whole talk of buffer states, one way or another, can be thoroughly thrown out. Now, is it reasonable that militaries readjust priorities because of a changing situation? Absolutely. But any suggestion of saying buffer states is completely and utterly, if anything, playing into the Russian hands. Right. Let's go to Jörn, to Alan, and to then John, which is a broadly west to east axis, I think. Jörn.
Hello. Yeah, I understand that those terms are have some connotations to it, but at the same time, the way Germany is acting now, I think it's fair to say that they're within the legitimate sphere of influence of Poland. I just wanted to talk to the point about bureaucracies, and you never know what's coming out of them. My experience is, at least with the Norwegian bureaucracy, and I think it's the same in most of Western Europe, is that they're very diligent and professional. And when you have situations like that, it's a pure matter of political will. Because when you don't tell the bureaucracy what you want to achieve, you just leave it to them to sort it out. They have nothing to lean on but the rules, and then they get very rules bound, and then you don't know what happens. Like Alan explained on this space some time ago about the small fees at municipalities that the Ukrainian soldiers were forced to pay when they came out of Norwegian hospitals. That's a good example. But if the politicians clearly state, this is what we want to achieve, and you need to help us find out how we reach that objective, then they will find a way to do that, and they will do their job excellently. But I see in Norway many examples of a lack of political will to make those decisions go the right way. And then it's very easy to hide behind the bureaucracy and the rules, and there's a rule here, or we wrote something and there's a thing that was passed in Parliament in 1964, so we can't do this or that. But we know if there is a political will to reach an objective, to do something, they will find a way. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, on this narrative of buffer states, it's I don't know how to describe it, but it really is a old concept, and we need to abolish it completely in our dictionary, in my opinion. There is no such thing as a buffer state. Buffer states are another term of a hostage of a conflict initiated by their neighbors. And countries are not to be treated like hostages in an armed conflict which does not have anything to do with them, to be honest. There are no buffer states. It's all toss. It's all tosh, really. It's just Kremlin propaganda trying to spool back to the times when the Soviet Union was a power player, and they are not. Russia is a weak state, and they are trying to save some territory of political space, but we won't give it to them. NATO will never give it to them. We will always treat independent countries asking for an alliance as independent countries, and we won't get into this letting countries in between us in a squeeze. It's really not in the political era anymore. It was in the past, and the West did some mistakes accepting this, and those mistakes will not be. They will. I do not believe that the West will let those mistakes happen again. So yeah, Jörn, you put it very nicely. The bureaucracy is here, at least. They are very professional, and also they obey the politicians. I believe, though, that sometimes politicians can be, they can expect that the bureaucracy kind of handle things when they shouldn't expect this. They should be very clear in the political aim, and that I think that's what happened here this summer. I do not think that the politicians wanted to create this situation of the not paid fees of the wounded soldiers. I think it was a unprofessionalism from the politicians. That's true, but it's I don't know how to put it. It's not a flaw of the bureaucracy, but sometimes the bureaucracy can be a little bit too squared in its way of handling the politicians in another way, if you understand what I mean.
No, and as you say, sometimes it can be a little bit of not necessarily a cause, but certainly an amplifier of a degree of inertia, right? And we haven't really prepared for this. We don't have a theory of the case developed. Therefore, we might not be able to do much about it. All right. Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you again. Let's go to Denjon and then to Ryan. And I'm trying to get Carlos up in a couple of minutes to tell us more about JDAM, because JDAMs to Ukraine would be a big deal. And he thinks it'd be a super big deal. And I'd really love for him to explain these things properly as someone who's a fighter pilot. Denjon?
Yeah, I can't wait for the JDAM part. But anyway, just to what Jörn was saying, I don't have his background in politics and so on, so but I understand the thing with the problem with the bureaucracy. And if we go back to the Swedish Supreme Commander, I mean, he's basically part of the bureaucracy, right? I mean, if you see the defense being a bureaucracy in itself, and his interview and what he said was obviously aimed at the Swedish people, Swedish population, but also I assume towards the politicians, to basically pushing them to let him do more, I think. And just another thing, I just read there was an article on the web newspaper here that someone has learned something in Sweden. So now apparently Swedish forces have placed an order to Saab before robot 57, which is the end law for a value of 900 million. Unfortunately, not euros or dollars, but Swedish kronos. But that's just did a quick calculation. That's about 3,000 of them, something like that. So yeah.
Is it 57 then, John?
Did I did I say the wrong number?
No, is it 57? That's my question. You said
Yeah,
50, which I think is 57.
Yeah. Exactly.
This was a check if I understand your numbers sometimes or not. Not I try. They're the wrong way around, but nevertheless, I try. Okay, thank you, then, John. See, but I think this is important, right? Sweden is saying, "Damn it, end laws are good and useful. Let's have more of those." I think it's a good sign. All right.
Can I ask Don John
yeah,
first?
go for it.
Yeah. So you're not sending the CV90s, right? Then John.
I don't know. If it was me, I would, but unfortunately, I don't have the keys. I heard you can use the same key in all the vehicles, but I don't even have one. So, but yeah.
But can you send this at least this turretless stridsvagn? You know that.
You mean the Stridsvagn S, Stridsvagn 103? Yes, that would be cool. I don't think we have many left, to be honest. They were all scrapped, I think, in the end of the 90s. I'm pretty sure we don't have many left. But yeah, that was cool. Actually, I've driven one. Just 2-3 minutes drive, but yeah, really, really cool vehicle. Easy to drive, easy to shoot.
Well, just hard to aim, right? Because you need to aim the whole vehicle. Okay, Ryan, would you want to go ahead, or do you want to learn about JDAMs from Latin and Carlos?
I'll be really brief, and then I would love to hear about JDAMs. I heard a couple of the last speakers, and sorry, I'm not looking at the screen. I'm driving down the road trying to go pick up some food supplies that were donated to us. But I noticed a couple of the previous speakers both mentioned that some of these countries are reticent to do anything about the problems because they're blaming EU regulations. And that's exactly what we were meeting with diplomats and elected officials and appointed officials in Poland about the last few days. We experienced some of that mentality ourselves directly, and I don't want to criticize the Poles because we are counting on them to be our partners in this cooperative in the coming months, along with the U.S. and some of the other nations. There are 4 at the moment. There will be 5 soon, but laws and regulations are put in place in order to serve the people and the constituencies that create them. And we're not going to take no for an answer. We heard exactly that same excuse in Poland, and I understand it and I empathize with it. And some of those things with regards to ITAR regulations in the U.S. or dual-use applications with particular goods with respect to moving them around in Europe are understandable given that it's an EU regulation and not a Polish regulation. But at some point, the buck needs to stop somewhere. And people like Rip Rawlings, who have already gone and talked to the Helsinki Commission and lobbied people on Capitol Hill in the United States, understand that bureaucracy is a complicated thing. Rip worked in the largest bureaucracy on the face of the planet. It's called the Pentagon. We know these things are sometimes slow to be adjusted, but if the laws and the regulations that are on the books are not fit for purpose in the current wartime environment, then they need to be changed. And they can be changed, and they will be changed. If a particular country like Poland has a problem with a particular item having a potential for dual use, then all they need to do is tell us what exact EU regulation is the problem, and we will deal with the Scandinavians who should be heading some of the EU discussions in the coming months, or we'll talk to whoever we need to talk to get these things fixed. This is not a peacetime environment. Some of these dual-use regulations from the EU were written in a peacetime environment and intended to prevent further conflicts from breaking out, but we've passed There is a conflict. There's a very real war going on. It was a full-blown genocide a few months ago, and if there's a rule that needs to be fixed, we'll freaking fix it. I don't care who needs to be talked to. We'll bang on every door that needs to be banged on until we get the answers we need, because everybody understands the stakes here. And saying that you can't help Ukraine because some stupid law or some stupid regulation was put in place a decade ago is not acceptable. Let's talk about JDAMs.
Thank you, Ryan. Let's talk about JDAMs. Charles, do you want to introduce the topic? Do you want to get Carlos and Latin going?
Yeah. Hey, Carlos. We've seen each other now on the opposite sides of the globe. Evening time, your time, and morning time, mine. But correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, what we're seeing is we're seeing reports. I think they were first reported by the Washington Post that the U.S. will provide JDAM kits, and for me, that means sort of an attachment to normal bombs, which will make them into precision guided mission. Excuse me, precision bombs. Is that right?
Yep, that's right. It is just a kit, and I think CJ and I were kind of talking about, if you have a kit, it can be adapted to different things. Obviously, it goes best with the Mark series bombs that are pretty much NATO standard. But again, I think that's just a small hurdle and something we'll talk about in the future, obviously, as we get more information. The kits themselves are a Boeing product, and they're very inexpensive in the scheme of everything that we like to talk about. So like, I mean, this is just a ballpark. They're probably somewhere around, let's call it $25,000 to $50,000, because foreign military sales obviously tends to be a little bit more money. But that's what they are. They're a kit. They go onto the bomb body, and you now have a smart weapon.
So, Carlos, is it kind of like a PG kit for artillery shells? Add some wings that are controlled and a GPS thingy that guides the bomb to where it's supposed to go?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Basically, there's an antenna on the back. There's some fins that give it the terminal guidance that it needs. And really, the only difference, obviously, is that it's still falling ballistically from the aircraft. So what we've, I've seen some back talk or some chatter in the back rooms about, hey, does this mean that they have to, that it's only a weapon they can use at high altitude? The answer is no. It does need to be able to get a GPS signal. There's some certain timing involved with that, obviously. So there is a minimum altitude, but it's not enough to say this is not something we would not want for that one reason.
So, Carlos, before we, I'll pass it to Charles for a serious question, but my silly question first will be, there's 4 fins on there, right? Well, there's only about 5 million fins in existence. So you can only attach them to, 1,000 bombs? I think they get rather destroyed in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. They kind of get destroyed in the process.
Okay, sorry. I had to for Scandinavian audience. Charles, go ahead.
Okay, so Carlos, so when I was on the ground and we called in close air support, we didn't actually call it close air support. Actually, our terminology was drop a JDAM on that shit. Is that the primary use? Because that's exactly what we said. Like when we were talking in the truck, when we were in contact, we said, drop a JDAM on that shit.
So yours is definitely more of a TTP, and that's a technical term, drop a JDAM on that shit. But the good news is most pilots understand that terminology too. Yes, it's a weapon of choice and this brings up the close air support piece of it, which is the part that I think CJ and I were trying to emphasize. It allows you to be able to drop something that has a very low CEP, which, John's talked about, and obviously Colby loves that too. Low CEP, really on the target that you want. So what does it need? It needs somebody to generate coordinates. The somebody in this case would be the guys on the ground, however they wanted to do that. The good news is with tablets, there was this program, I don't know if you were familiar with it, called Kill Switch. You can put commercial imagery on it, and you can get very good coordinates off of that. Or obviously laser designation in terms of spitting something back into a tablet to be able to generate those coordinates, or drones even, right? So whatever type of way that you generate that coordinate, it can be self-generated from the aircraft as well, if it's in conjunction with the targeting pod. But the capability we care about is that ground guys would be able to generate these coordinates.
So what are the height restrictions in practice? So this is a gravity bomb. It doesn't have any propellant on it, right? There's no rocket engine attached to the thing. So that means you need to be either, the higher up you are, the better. The faster you're going in the general direction of the target, the better, because it's kind of like one of those things. If you throw an apple out of a moving car, does the apple drop straight down? No, it doesn't. It goes kind of in the same direction as the car for a while. So how much does it work with, how high you have to go to get what range, how fast you have to go to get what range, at least in very broad terms, that's within the spectrum of back of envelope physics?
Absolutely. So if you think about it, they call it the LAR, the launch acceptability range. That circle, right, because it's 360 degrees around the target, obviously, it will get bigger, and you'll be able to see this on the tablet or whatever display that the pilot will have. The circle gets bigger as you put the left hand forward, right, to go fast. And I want to make one correction. It does have rocket motors. It's just that they're on the jet. So let's just but yes, you're correct in that it falls ballistically. So the higher, the faster, the better. That gives you the most standoff. Medium altitude is what I would say is the lowest. When I talk about medium altitude, you got to be, I'll just call it above 10,000 feet in order for acquisition to happen of the satellites to the bomb. So it's just, there is kind of, otherwise you're dropping it ballistically off of a designation, and you lose that ability to have it terminally guide. I guess the only other piece, it does have some other fusing options, by the way. So just like you would with artillery pieces, you could do different things with it. You can have delayed fusing. You can, there is an airburst capability if you put it's called a DSU-33 on the front of it, but it's just basically like a proximity, it has a little radar altimeter in the front, basically. So there's some options in the future for that, but really what Charles cares about as a guy on the ground is that you could do delayed fusing and lessen the effects. Basically, it won't quite. It'll kind of bury itself a little bit before it explodes, so you can penetrate certain hard targets, and that's kind of the gist. But going to kind of your point, yes, there is. You want to be higher and faster, but it's not. It doesn't still restrict it. And so the second piece that this will allude to is that obviously there's some confidence growing, and that they'll be able to shape the air order of battle. And given this weapon, we were kind of talking about it yesterday, it could be considered, I mean, you could classify this as a air defense capability, because in conjunction with harm, if you knew the coordinate for that particular site that you're going after, imagine shooting a harm and being able to take down the radar, but then your JDAM goes into the C2 element of that particular system, or the missile tell themselves. It gives you a little more capability in that respect as well.
Thank you, Carlos. Yeah, Charles, take it away. Charles, Mike. I hope moving into co-host didn't break your mic. That wouldn't be no good. Well, in the meantime, I will say, just a reminder to everyone, what a JDAM does is takes a gravity bomb. Okay, we need to try that again. It takes a gravity bomb that falls out of a plane and goes not directly straight down, but in the direction the plane is traveling, and then straight down, and instead makes it into something that can fly tens of kilometers away from where it was dropped, which is great. And not just that, but it also helps with delivering it exactly on target. Now, if you all remember why such large numbers of bombers were used in the Second World War, it was because those bombs were really imprecise, and that's why they had to literally put bombs just everywhere over an area to try to hit the thing they were trying to hit. So because of that, this is where the improvement of this really is. Right, let's see if we can hear Charles. Charles, let's see if we can hear you.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, for some reason, a bug appeared. Carlos, so I mean, when I'm thinking about JDAMs, I'm actually kind of have like flashbacks to the Schwarzkopf press conference, like the precision. Here are the crosshairs, and we hit that target, and that's what I experienced when we would say call in the JDAMs. Is that an accurate portrayal for listeners of the precision of this kind of stuff and the effect of it, or am I overstating it?
No, you're not overstating it. And CJ brought up a really great example from that particular war as well. And moving forward, if we wanted to put something inside of a building, you would actually target the ducting, for example, because you can get through those particular things, and you would time the fuse to go off at certain levels. Now, obviously, that part of the precision is not quite as accurate, but the point is you can hit something in the lower stories versus the top, if you will. And then you could put a second one in there, for example, to be able to do a different level. So its precision is amazing. So the CEP is super low. And the other thing that's I think this is an important point to bring up too, Domin, that there's a manual that talks about how to destroy various things, whether it's bunkers, whether it's tanks. I mean, there's the targeteers will give you that. Instead of taking off with, let's say, 8 dumb bombs and putting it onto a target and having a probability of kill of, let's say, 70%, they're like, okay, you can put 2 JDAM and you're going up to a probability of kill of something higher, like 80-90%. So less munitions can be used, which obviously also goes into preservation of things around it as well. So I mean, you're going to use less, it's going to be more accurate, and it's good for a close air support environment, but it's also good for what we call strike coordination and reconnaissance, when there's just things out in the area, let's just call it tanks, that are in various areas. You'd be able to generate those coordinates and come back and get them as well.
Thank you, Carlos. Latin, do you want to add a little bit to that? And we're getting CJ up as well, so the crowd is building.
Hey, Carlos, a couple of questions for you. The first thing is, are we assuming then that this providing the JDAMs, I mean, it has to kind of go hand in hand with providing Mark 80 series bombs, right? Because that's not in their inventory. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know about that part specifically, and that's the part I think that we're kind of waiting for. What would they be strapping these onto? And so maybe the report at this point is the kits, but I mean, I think we can extrapolate some things at some point. But obviously, yes, they need to be able to attach to Mark series is what they're designed to be able to strap onto.
And then, so assuming that they're able, that's provided as well, the next step, and I'm going to assume maybe it's not such a big deal, kind of a minor engineering job, would be building some kind of adapter for the weapons pylons on their Russian aircraft, which is not NATO standard, right? So they did it with HARM, like just mechanically, the part that would, the adapter to be able to hold it. Do you see that as being a major challenge? Probably not.
I don't see the harness that talks to the JDAM as well as the wiring be a major problem. It would definitely be kind of a chop shop the way they did with HARM, which is not that big of a deal. Again, I'm happy that we can use that as an example because we have adapted things, but that is 100% accurate. So you need to get, the weapon needs to talk to either the aircraft's mission computer or to a computer that the pilot has, which could be, as we all know, a tablet that's in there, and that interface would be the challenge that we're talking about.
Okay, just one last question. I see CJ's up and there's some hands, but I'm thinking of two scenarios, two kind of flight profiles that the Ukrainian Air Force has been, or type of mission that the Ukrainian Air Force fixed wing has been flying. And maybe you can help me figure out where JDAM would fit into this, right? Because it seems like the bulk of their work on fixed wing aircraft has been the very short range, low altitude, close air support, mostly with unguided rockets. Just pop up, fire them at the Russian positions in places like Bakhmut and race back. So I'm wondering if there's how would JDAM work in that kind of scenario, and as well in the other scenario, which is the more precision, more high value targets that are further back.
So for the technique piece of this, you could do what you could do is literally just haul the chili far back as high as you could, and you get that maximum range. And again, now this goes in conjunction with your air defense, right? They would be now free from manpads and some of the other lower digit SAM systems, and you would get the maximum range. And if you would still have standoff from that forward line of troops, for example. But that would be the one. So you just need to gain some ground in comfort, right? And then of course they could defend immediately after that. It's totally a great technique, and that bomb is going to terminally guide to that coordinate that it got fed. The another technique you could, and this is not the preferred obviously, but it can be absolutely done, is a dive toss. So flying low still, very low, and then you basically at some point you would pop up and you would toss it, and it would gain an altitude that would put it within the basket, if you will, for it to terminally guide. So this would all be done in the mission planning piece of it. And I think CJ was not on when we were talking about this part yesterday, but this would be all attached to the air tasking order. So the ground force commanders would have requested what they need. They would even down to the type of munitions they would want for very specific targets. And that's kind of how that would go. Then of course some of it would be reserved for dynamic tasking. But those are the two techniques. But there would be some level of air defense that would be needed the farther they marched into the target areas, if you will. So if we're talking about Melitopol, for example, obviously they would need to shape that, whether it's EW in conjunction with it, or using that harm, right, to give you a window for a certain time on target and then deliver those JDAM, and you would get great effects. I think CJ talked about, you're able to take out those bridges and not just, pock them up, if you will.
Thanks, Carlos. Let me follow up on that with a question here, because I know this morning you talked about middle altitude, and you talked about this standoff. Are there any kind of numbers you might be able to give there? So when we talk about altitude, like what altitude are we talking about for what kind of standoff range?
So you're only gaining a couple of miles if you're at in the 10,000s, if you will. So the standoff is going to be, let's say, the normal bomb if you're dropping at a medium altitude. I don't know, let's call a 3.5 to maybe at most 4 miles from a target, that the aircraft that is. By the time it delivers that munition and it's coming down the chute, right, if you will. It can be a little bit less than that sometimes, obviously, as well. But now with the JDAM, the medium altitude, you're adding like probably 4 to maybe 7 miles, depending on how fast you're going. So it's not, people are probably might be disappointed in those numbers, but those are actually that's actually really good. And again, that's why it may not be ready at this moment. Like if they were to have JDAM tomorrow and it was ready to go, they may not choose to use it in this exact moment. They may still need to shape the air picture a little bit, but that's kind of, I think, where we're going. But I still can emphasize that if in conjunction with harm, you can do what you're talking about in terms of using it at a either high, medium to high altitude to keep that standoff, but then suppress the enemy air defenses enough to be able to take out those targets. And you can go after bigger things now.
Great, thanks a lot, Carlos. Let's go to Big Papa.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions. They're currently doing airstrikes now. Are those mainly gravity bomb strikes, or are they unguided rockets? And then I guess my second part is if they become more effective with the JDAM, someone on here said that a lot of times they're turning off their radars to not get hit by the harms. Doesn't that, in fact, the JDAM could affect them having to turn on their radars more, and therefore making the harm more effective and being able to take out even more targets?
Yeah, that would be. And so I think what you're talking about is basically it gives the enemy a new problem to have to worry about. So whether they're going to keep their radar on to try to take out that aircraft or turn it off, they become less survivable, regardless of what we're talking about. So it's just a very good problem to have. And now Doman's got people using gravity. In my mind, I think of like it lands and you lose gravity, or like you have moon gravity at that point. So I guess, I don't know, for pilots, I mean, we just call them dumb bombs because it goes really well with the opposite of being like a smart bomb, if you will. Yeah, but I can imagine the gravity thing would be, I don't know, it's funny.
Okay, yeah, very good. I just got a picture of that too. That's funny. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Carlos. Big Papa, I'm going to mute you. Just nothing personal. You're driving.
I wish to apologize to Carlos for introducing a new term into other people's vocabulary. I didn't know what else to call them. It's just, one's only affected by gravity.
But it's accurate. It's just, again, you got to remember, sometimes you're talking to people like, I'll call them out, Charles and myself, who, sometimes we're not the sharpest weapon in the tool shed there.
You can put yourself down as much as you want to, but yeah, it's not going to work. It's not going to work, Carlos. Daniel, go ahead.
Daniel, Chefach?
Okay, you're all right. I didn't hear because Doman was cut before I understand my name. Okay, Carlos, you're a pilot. To launch JDAMs, meaning no birds will attack your bomber, right? So it's excellent to use JDAM in Afghanistan. If I remember well, not only Ukrainians have a lot of shoulder fire, but IGLA is something like, I don't know, very usual stuff for Russians. And there are Tors there, and OSA, and Pantsirs, and S-300. So if you want to sell me a JDAM attack in that landscape, I will say, I'm no professional, you are the pilot. But it's not something you can say, I will risk a plane and a pilot of Ukraine Air Force. I have a feeling it's something more than this. You cannot ask JDAM just to break the fortification to Melitopol or Lugansk. Looking in conjunction what is happening lately, again, I don't see someone risking their Sukhois or their MiG-29s attacking on direction of Melitopol. I think they have a huge air defense there. Just put IGLAs for, I don't know, 3 BTGs, and you don't want to fly that, right? Help me to understand better this.
Yeah, sure. This is really important to anchor on just for a second. You said all of these systems are coming in conjunction, and that's, I think, the important part to bring is we're talking about air defense. We're talking about more artillery capabilities, new munitions that are the quote unquote smart ones, if you will. So it's a capability that's being put into play, but you're correct, it has to work with other things. And I think that's where sometimes we forget this is just the weapon. There's other things that are going on in conjunction and tangentially to it. With electronic warfare and with kinetic fires, you can use them together to be able to use this weapon to its maximum effect, if you will. But sometimes we anchor a little bit too much on the deeper strikes because that's where we really want them to go, obviously. But the Ukrainian Air Force is going to use it initially to support the ground scheme of maneuver for close air support. That's what they would really, if we were to take a look at what capability it would bring, it is that piece of it. And I think that's where we haven't talked enough about that, but yet it's in conjunction with the other things that are happening, whether they're ancillary or tangential to this.
So that I understand well, Carlos, mean break the fortification, break the bunkers, break entrenched tanks, so your troops can push a fortified position and frontal assault to not be bloody for Ukrainians, right?
Yeah, absolutely right. And then we will talk about the one limitation for JDAM, which is it has to be a static target, right? So we're talking about static targets at this point in time.
I mean, the target, might be lucky and move away, but they're still going to hit whatever is now that is there then. CJ.
I'm here to fight everyone, Delman. I hope everyone's having a good HIMARS Christmas. Well, to start, and maybe Carlos has seen something I haven't. I mean, I think we're kind of assuming GPS JDAMs because that's the most plentiful version. But as Carlos knows, and a lot of us know, there's laser guided versions, EOIR, and whatnot. But I think to talk about practicality, I think probably the GPS guided variant is the best place to start. Both from the actual employment of it, but also from the targeting process point of it, right? It's kind of very similar in building a target package like you would for maybe munitions that Ukraine already has a lot of, say, Gimlers. So I think that's probably, at least for a discussion on it, a good framework to work off of. And hopefully one day it expands past that for Ukraine. I think people have this notion that air defense is kind of like a giant sort of bubble that's very hard to penetrate, and sometimes it can be, but these longer range systems, Daniel, that Daniel mentioned can be very potent, but they're not at the front line. They're intermixed. They're 10, 15, 20, 30 kilometers back, right? And so when we think about what's possible,
See, this is what happens. CJ parks between two HIMARS, and all of a sudden his reception just goes away.
Somebody's jamming him is what I think is happening.
It's the HIMARS. It's the HIMARS.
I think
the thing is, what people don't realize is that HIMARS basically constitute a Faraday cage. If you're between two of them, it's amazing. It's amazing what those big, beautiful blocks of metal do.
And maybe I can, based off what he was talking about, I will try to put up, not at this moment in time because I don't have it ready, but something that kind of shows you an example of a battlefield and where you would be able to work your way around the air defenses. And again, this is the biggest part of intelligence drives this piece of it. It's not just us selecting, working in conjunction with the ground force commanders to say, this is what we want to strike. And then they figure out what's the best thing to do it. There will be a lot of circumstances where aircraft will be able to work their way around these particular things, but without it, it makes using more sorties worth it when you have smart weapons. because you can use them to greater effect. If you were going to go in there with a dumb bomb, like I said, you would need a lot of them in order to try to achieve your effects. So that would definitely not be worth that type of exposure event. With smart weapons, this gives you a lot more capability. And the air defense system, we've already seen this. People have seen that it's not impenetrable, and given the right tools, you can actually weaken it further at the time that you're choosing to attack.
Okay, thanks a lot. While we're waiting for CJ to hit the ground, let's go to Gurney.
Hey, good morning. Apologies if you guys had already spoken to this or it's been mentioned. My first thought yesterday, I know there was some scuttlebutt, nothing's official yet, but there was some initial talk and there were initial questions whether or not this potentially means they're getting the kits, or they're getting say a complete solution with something that's a GBU type NATO munition with it. And I just wanted to add this. So again, please, if you guys already mentioned this, just kick me. My initial thought was just seeing that they modified the hard points to accommodate the AGMs, just from a sheer labor intensity and logistics perspective. If you had, say, 5,000 of these, 2,500, 10,000, regardless of the number they may get, it seems that the retrofit would be a quicker solution to retrofit the cockpits, or not even the cockpits, but the hard points, as opposed to retrofitting every single JDAM kit to fit, say, a Ukrainian payload. Just again, sorry if that's been mentioned. So my thought was, even if it's not explicitly mentioned, that this might be an integrated solution where it's a JDAM with a GBU attached to it. Just again, but please kick me if I'm off base.
Yeah, no worries. You're thinking in the right direction. So a GBU means guided bomb unit, and that's usually just the nomenclature they use. So if you have like GBU 12, that's a laser guided munition, and that is a Raytheon product. And if you're talking a GBU 54, for example. Now you have a Boeing product. So a GBU just means it's a guided bomb unit, but it's a kit. It becomes a GBU once you put a kit onto it. So what you're referring to is the Mark series of bombs that we have, and they've been around for a really long time. There's a lot of them, and so you're correct in your assumption there. If you were to try to put this onto not a Mark series bomb, it's not that you wouldn't be able to do it. It's just that we haven't done the testing, or I said we. I'll just say the testing probably hasn't been done. It can be done quickly, but you're just having to, how do you strap this thing onto a different bomb? You just have to get your sheet metal guys, and I'm obviously simplifying this, but and make the kit go onto that different bomb body. That's the one piece of it. So yes, I think when guys are talking to their sources, if you will, and coming out with these news articles, they, just like you and I, might miss some of the other details. But with the kit, we have to extrapolate some of these other pieces of it.
Carlos, silly question. Can you put a Soviet munition inside one of these kits, or is it the wrong shape?
Doman, just so you know, there's no such thing as a silly question, just silly people. So,
well, I definitely qualify as one of those.
You could. That's why you could attach this to pretty much anything, as long as it was a certain, not even diameter, we'd say, right? That's really the thing we're talking about. The bombs would be a different diameter, and so you would just need to go to whatever your hardware store is. I mean, I'm not kidding when I say these things. Like, and you could put together something in order for it to be able to strap on the kit onto that particular munition. Where we get into the problem is how it's going to fall ballistically now, right? Because it's going to have to guide to that. So it would change the terminal. It would change the launch acceptability range, the LAR, for the aircraft. And that's the part where they'd have to quickly just kind of say, hey, how does this kit work with this bomb body, and do a medium and a high altitude, and then just kind of have the engineers like John Ridge come and say, hey, this is your new rule of thumb for using it on this particular bomb body.
Yeah, I want to go to the hands here, so Raver and Chris, but I'd like to come back and take a step back, Carlos, if we can, about what this means in terms of aerial capabilities, close air support, kind of the messaging that this sends. But let's go to Raver first.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I was coming up to give Carlos some supporting fires because when I tuned in this morning, he was talking about guiding around air defenses, and that requires mapping air defenses out. And one of the great recent examples of this is the second U.S. strike on Syria. The U.S. knew where the Russian and Syrian air defenses were. The U.S. Navy demonstrated to fix their attention in the Med, and then the U.S. Air Force came in their back door and hit them with, I think, SLAM ERs launched from B-1s, and just absolutely devastated Assad's forces.
That's an excellent example, and I was going to actually probably go to some of those examples when I push something out later to show how you can it's managing the MESs, the missile engagement zones, and they're circles, right? How far can that missile come out and touch you, and then can the radar see you? Because remember, if the radar can see you, that's not that big of a deal if the missile can't touch you there. So that's a good point.
Hey, Carlos, real quick question. You may know, may not know, may know and not be able to talk about it, but how agile is the radars on the S-300s and the S-400s?
And I will take option number 3 for that one. No, they're not. They're very susceptible to EW, and that's kind of, I think, and everybody does know that. And so the intel, but the SIGINT people in particular, we will learn about their part of this war in the future when they look back and can share stuff. But that's definitely being managed.
Thank you, Carlos. Let's go to Chris.
Oh, hi all. Mic check, okay? Yep, I'll assume, yeah.
All good?
Yes, yep, all good.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I think you just touched on this, but I'll just sort of say it again, and I'll put it this way. So we can maybe assume that the Russians don't have total control of sort of like medium to high altitude, where they are in Ukraine, maybe, or as I think you were just saying, Carlos, there's maybe a way through. I think is what you were just saying. So I'll moving on from that, but leaving that sort of question hanging. Then to say, so do we connect this to them potentially getting more jets coming, MiG-29s or whatever they are? And then the only other thing I was going to say was, just to clarify, you can use these kits on bombs. Can you use them on missiles and shells? And I'm thinking not shells, but maybe missiles.
No, they're only meant for bomb bodies that are dropped ballistically. Their first point, again, with what they have, right? What they have for aircraft at this point, and what kind of munitions they're delivering, they're choosing to stay in the low altitude environment because it is a lot more survivable. So it's not necessarily that they can't fly at medium to high altitudes the further west that they are. And so kind of what I was driving towards is, if you give them now a smart weapon, they will start exploring the airspace that they've been fighting to get back, if you will. And I have a very good feeling that they'd be able to have more of that airspace closer to the forward line of troops as they integrate these things. If they ever needed to do something that was beyond that, that's where we were talking about having to, again, shape via electronic warfare and in conjunction, because these are all in conjunction with harm, let's just say, which they have, in order to do those bigger strike packages that would be forward of that line of troops.
Yeah, I've got that. And like this would sort of maybe all go with like another push, by the Ukrainians somewhere, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just about giving them what they've been asking for. And then I think your second question, I would treat this separate than the gaining of more aircraft, because here's the thing. If they do attach them to the existing aircraft, your problem becomes easy to solve from there on. If they get like aircraft in the future, then they know how to do the adaptation. If they get any NATO asset after that in the future for the future Ukrainian Air Force, well, this becomes a non-issue at all, because that's what we carry. So it's not because of that they're doing this, but I would say it just becomes something for the future Ukrainian Air Force.
Yeah, roger that. Thank you ever so much.
Super. Thanks. Gurney, go ahead again.
Thanks, Charles. Just on your point here of zooming back out to maybe a wider scale, I wanted to maybe from my views, I'll skip anything middle and high altitude, and let the expert, let you and Carlos talk to that. But I wanted to maybe speak to the perspective of what we've seen and what we know with the Ukrainians, and that, to Carlos's point here, one of the things I think that is it's not a leap of faith, it's something they've been doing, right? Low altitude flights, but we haven't seen a lot of Su-24s in videos as of late. Not that they haven't been used, but that they're mostly had dumb munitions, and I think back in the summer they had some Soviet style laser guided munitions. So for me, I see this as most effective to equipping some of the underutilized Su-24s to a close ground attack, ground support role, and also in combined with that, putting some of these airframes back in the sky, whether it's laser guided or some GPS munitions. There's also that invaluable role of having some of those Su-24s act as a sort of QRF in the northern regions. I know we don't talk about Belarus or anything like that, but it could potentially allow Ukraine to free up some extra reserve forces in terms of manpower, if you have basically fast attack, ground support aircraft that can do a QRF type role, right? If a unit had a manpower of 500 spread across a couple kilometers, they might thin that with some defensive structures, and the fact that they could reliably call upon some Su-24s that may, they're not like the MiGs. They're not having these combat air patrols up. So I see the biggest use in the close air support, and I see it as helping in a couple different ways, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, that's a very good thing. And actually, Alan had kind of mentioned this last night when we kind of talked about this. Think about the line of contact that is just, from south to north, and then of course the potential. We say potential because we don't think it's going that way, but the potential maneuver elements that could come from Belarus. It does now give you a counter that can be taken to any part of that battle space. And I think that's really an important thing to emphasize that you brought up, because as Russia is forced to concentrate on some of these areas of heavy contact that Ukraine chooses to take the fight to them, you now have, and for lack of a better term in the moment, but you now have a maneuver element that has heavy firepower to be able to go into a space and be dynamically tasked. And we call it XCAS, in the sense that on the air tasking order, you would maybe give, I don't know, let's just call it 60 to 70% of your air forces to the ground force commanders that are in the main effort, if you will. And then you would keep that extra back to be able to use for things that happen dynamically, or now that intelligence and targeteers are talking about what you are. But hey, we have an opportunity here, and be able to use those air assets there. So it's a very, very valuable point.
And just to add on to that, I see that as they already possess some Su-24s and they're using them in a much more limited role. So the fact that you can put these airframes in addition, without sending your MiG-29s on frontline missions, those are what they're relying on for a lot of their air interdictions. I just see it as a multiplicative effort here to do that, and they wouldn't have to do anything. I'm not considering that they couldn't do medium or high altitude, but they wouldn't be doing anything they're not already doing and demonstrating in the flight sorties. It's just simply an integration of the weapon. We've seen them use laser designators Soviet style, and we've seen them theoretically have integrated with some NATO style laser designators. So this seems like a mission that they're not only trained on and practice on, it's just a matter of equipping them with the munitions, getting a fit for that, and they're back in action better than they were before, without really any modifications or practice to what they've already been doing.
Absolutely, and this might come as a surprise to Charles, but I hate to say it, dropping JDAMs is very, very easy for a pilot. You're basically putting in coordinates, so you can be having your coffee, and I hate to say it, but your good coffee up there, and deliver that, drop that JDAM shit, as he was putting it. Where I see it being used in conjunction that you talked about, and this is actually important to talk about. We have seen MiG-29s escorting the Su-24s for their whatever targets they're going after. So now just take it to the next level. You've got your MiG-29s with their harm suppressing and their escort for your Su-24s who now have JDAM, and that would be awesome. That's perfect. I'm glad you actually brought that up as the strike platform, because it's important to have those things working in conjunction with each other to get their maximum capability. And this is so much easier to do than dropping the gravity bomb, as we've said, or the dumb bomb. So much easier. Those are actually very difficult to deliver with accuracy, and so pilots train to that, and these guys are really good at it. So now you're giving them something that's a lot easier, and actually you're able to actually get the situational awareness. You're able to gain a picture of the battlefield a lot more, instead of just that one target that you have to hyper focus on when you're delivering ammunition there. You can kind of take a step back and kind of soak in a little bit more of what's going on, and be more effective.
Thank you, Carlos. I see we got CJ out of his between two HIMARS position where we couldn't talk to him. CJ, can we hear you now?
Well, I mean, just to real briefly, you can't spell Christmas without HIMARS, but that's not why I came up. I guess I came up to ask all the other experts in the room who know a lot more about this than I do. We expect, I guess, is the terms of military tactics, right? Because I think, in my personal opinion, it seems, working so closely with Iran backfired in the way it resulted in Patriots. Long story short, that capability probably was not going to Ukraine unless something like that happened, and it seemed clear that they were getting aid, and so they got Patriots. However, now with Ukraine getting JDAMs possibly in some sort of timeline, hopefully sooner rather than later, I guess what can even Russia do? I mean, I sort of know about intercepting them somewhat slightly, but it is almost impossible without a lot of very advanced, very high-tech gear to stop that. So is there anything Russia can really do? Like, I guess I'm looking for, like, what is their most likely course of action and most dangerous course of action to overcome the use of Ukrainian JDAMs?
If I can tackle at least part of that, CJ, I think really the GPS jamming piece would be something that exists, and everybody has to some degree. So I think that's just the logical, most likely, if you will, because that is something that they would want to accomplish. And we have been talking about working in a GPS denied environment for quite a bit of time. So again, there's always the counter to the thing, and then the counter to the counter, and all that other stuff. So there goes in the next, I I guess, pieces of escalation in that particular world of GPS denial, as well as countering that. For the most deadly, man, that I think I would have to sit on that one for a little bit.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I'm not trying to get too into the weeds here, but I mean, is there some sort of, we know with GPS guiding, obviously that would work to some degree, but of course, they also have INS in them. So, depending how effective that is, then Russia won't be able to do anything against that. But long story short, I'm wondering, what does Russia even have left to do? I mean, with, HIMARS using Gimler's missiles, one of the tactics they employed somewhat successfully is more dispersion of ammunition. They moved it out and they moved it back out of range. With this, I'm not sure what options they have, because if they concentrate less troops and less armor on these massive, fortifications they have, they won't be nearly as effective. So it would be counterintuitive to think they would do that. So I'm just curious from the air power point of view. But it's also pretty brand new. It's only been 24 hours since it's been announced, so we can definitely sit on it as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. The only things I can think of is obviously the dispersion. I think that's a great part, and I think really, in my mind, the only thing that can be happened is to go back to the drawing board on how do we use our air defenses to better protect those things that they want to, and it would just be a reallocation and moving around those assets to try to keep those particular targets, because they're going to have to give up something, obviously. And so, yeah, I think we will will obviously be having more conversations about this in the future.
Can the MiG-29 cover the Sukhoi when it goes for, say, JDAM drops?
Yeah, absolutely. And the cover would be from, a little bit further back, or maybe off access or something. But they have that. They're already doing that as well.
No, the reason why I'm asking is because they don't have too many of them currently available. They have more Sukhoi they're flying, as I understand.
Oh, yes, absolutely. But this is where I think that as they were flying with the JDAM, and this is where I think the other gentleman was talking about getting more assets. Ultimately, they have to start filling in their fixed wing fighter capability.
Thanks a lot. I don't want to cause a inter-service or inter-branch rivalry here, but I'd like to ask CJ and Carlos, what is better, Excalibur, HIMARS, or JDAM? What are the pros and cons of those different delivery systems of death?
You're talking a giraffe, a lion, and an elephant.
I'd avoid the giraffe. I'm deadly afraid of those.
I mean, I would just say they're different because you can use them in so many different ways. From having control of the skies, you can use JDAMs, of course, no control of the skies. You can still use Excalibur, depending on whether GPS is being jammed. And I think, over the course of the year for this war, Ukraine's demonstrated how all of these different precision-guided munitions have a right place and time. And what we're about to see is this sort of symphony of violence as they're all used together to get the last mile back. So I think, there's going to be pretty much no better study of how important these things are in scenarios than actually this war itself.
I would say, from my perspective, what I like about the Ukrainian army and their air force is they're kind of what the U.S. isn't, a more cohesive, because we talk about joint all the time, right? And so I think there's just sometimes healthy competition in the United States, which is, big and unruly sometimes. But they have such a lean fighting force that they're basically just gaining armor, like they were, you know what I mean by that, right? Like kind of the Gundam style, if you will, as we put assets on there. And going back to the animal reference, I mean, why do you think Noah put 2 by 2 by 2? I'd take all of them, Charles, take all of them.
Yeah, that makes sense. And actually, I mean, I meant the question as partly a joke, but I mean, in my op order, I mean, I had one subparagraph for supporting fires, and it didn't matter whether it came from CJ or from Carlos. I had one frequency where I called them in, and when I needed boom boom, that's what I got. So that's why I asked the question. But anything to follow up there before I go to Latin? All right, then let's go to Latin.
Hey, thanks, Charles. Just a couple of notes on delivery platform and how some of this might shake out, because the some of those 3 aircraft strike packages that we've seen earlier in the fall, I think there were at least 2 videos that came out. So those were MiG-29 and Su-25. I think the 25 is the more likely to be used as a platform for a free fall ordnance like this. And part of the reason for that is because the Su-24s, we have seen them regularly in images and video, but I have not yet seen one actually carrying ordnance. And I think there's a reason for that. That is their primary precision guided platform. And what I have seen is some images that seem to show pretty clearly the adapter, the typical adapter that they use for some of their Russian precision guided munitions. So, but the 24, I think, is there's another shoe that may drop here in the next few weeks, and we've had some suggestions of it in the British Parliament in the last few days, and that's Storm Shadow. And if Storm Shadow is delivered, and what they said, what the and I forget which minister it was, but what they said was that they are prepared to deliver long range precision guided weapons to air launched to Ukraine. And I know John Ridge was mentioning when we were chatting on another channel that Storm Shadow is probably the only one that he can think of. But the Su-24 would be the ideal platform for that. So let's wait and see. That may be the next shoe to drop.
Sounds like my kind of shoe.
Yeah, but
Latin.
now, come on, Doman. Now Latin has at least to explain what Storm Shadow's capacity is.
Before we go to that, can I ask a really simple question, Carlos? How much explosives can be inside a JDAM? Is it a 250 kilo bomb? Is it a 500 kilo bomb? Because I think that's really the biggest difference between this and, say, an Excalibur, right? A bigger boom.
Oh yeah, I mean, so sorry that I don't know my kilos.
That's fine. You can do pounds
bomb.
and okay. so it's a 1,000 kilo bomb almost, right? Okay, that's a big difference between that and an Excalibur.
There's 3 main bomb bodies that we use them on. There's a 500 pound, 1,000 pound, and a 2,000 pound. And the 2,000 pound it's not proportional to, let's say, the 1,500. I mean, it's way more of an explosive, and the effects you get. I mean, CJ did a brilliant job yesterday of talking about that piece of it. I would definitely, so you're taking out that bridge, and the effect space of these things are just absolutely amazing and astounding. So yes, way more capable.
Okay, so JDAM can work with a 2,000 kilo bomb. Sorry, a 2,000 pound bomb. So almost a 900 whatever kilo bomb. What I'm really getting at there is it a shorter range because it's a bigger bomb? Is that a part of it? Or do you get bigger wings or more wings or fins or whatever you call them?
Yeah, the kits are slightly different. So the little puck that goes on the back that gets the GPS receiver is basically the same. The fins are different. So they would be different, but they look very similar. They're bigger proportionally.
Okay, got it. So it's roughly the same range, broadly speaking, the same range, even if it's a much heavier bomb.
Yes, it is basically the same. It's not appreciable enough that it makes a difference.
Yeah, 5-10% here or there. Who cares? But broadly speaking, excellent. See, I think this is a part of the discussion that a lot of people listening, and this is really important. So an Excalibur shell is about a 50 kilo, 35 kilo, whatever explosive, right? So we're looking at something that's that is orders of magnitude bigger. And that makes a whole lot of a difference, up to orders of magnitude bigger, at least an order of magnitude bigger when it comes to the size of the blast. Therefore, this is why you would use this rather than an Excalibur, because it makes a much bigger hole in the ground. And rather than a ground, maybe ideally a Russian barracks. Excellent. Who should we go next to, Charles? I think Raver was next, right? Raver and then Goldman?
Yep.
Yep, Raver.
Hey, Carlos, do you know if Ukraine has any dedicated like glide weapons, and would the JDAM work on them? And then on the 2,000 pounders, I know you can watch one drop miles away, and when that sound, that shockwave hits you, it's like a punch in the chest.
Yeah, it shakes the cavity of your body. It does not feel good. No, you would not be able to put a 500-pound JDAM. You could put on something that could carry it. Again, we're talking about like carriage limitations of UAVs and other things. So really, this is primarily for heavy duty fixed wing aircraft. I mean, you know what I mean by that, like fighter strike type aircraft. You would not like Hellfire, which is smaller. Obviously, that's why they choose to put those onto RPAs or remotely piloted aircraft.
Yeah, I was wondering if the Ukrainians had any type of glide bomb, something that was already designed to be locked to.
Not that I know of. Latin, you have anything on that one? I don't think so.
I think we lost Latin, so if you don't have it, I don't think anybody has.
I don't know.
Let's Dolman, let's go to a scribe. I think he was next.
Oh, was he? Sorry about that. Scribe, go for it.
I just wanted to say really quickly on the topic of JDAMs, I find it ironic that some countries are boasting about their bridge building skills when we know from Russia's experience, when you're under fire, bridge building is a very difficult task.
Yeah, and make it as hard for the Russians as possible, right? Where were we? Goldman.
Not just them.
Yeah, something I was thinking about earlier. I was thinking about like I think it was a week ago. You know, after the drone strikes on the airfields in Russia, you know, I saw a report of where GPS jamming around all those airfields and actually around St. Petersburg and Moscow. All of a sudden, increased significantly. So what this potentially does is the same thing it did with the air defense systems. It'll force them to reprioritize what they protect. Right? They can either use their assets, their jamming assets, to protect their air bases deeper in Russia, or to support the front line. It does force a choice, just like air defense has. And they've clearly moved some of those assets that were protecting their air bases forward to the line. I think this potentially does the same type of thing. It forces them to make a choice on how they deploy their assets. And I'm sure the Ukrainians will figure out how they have redeployed and then take advantage of whichever one has been exposed. That's the goal, right? Is to be agile, force them to make choices, figure out what the choice is, and then exploit. So I think that's part of the calculus here. And then to answer the question on, could this be, applied to what Ukrainian uses already for their dumb bombs? Like Carlos said, if you can physically get it attached, I can tell you that the aero guys are going to take about a day if you give them the length of the bomb, the CG of the bomb, and the diameter of the bomb. They'll tell you in a day what the impact on the flight characteristics are and whether any aero model changes need to be made to the guidance to put it back on target in a timely fashion. Because I think I suspect that work's already been done, and they've told the Ukrainians, hey, we can not only put it on these bombs that the West provides, but we can put it on your bombs. And oh, by the way, the weight, CG, and length is similar enough to what we do, that the the Aero model would need minimal changes in order to maintain its guidance and ability to hit a target within a time period. So just a couple comments.
Yeah, thanks, Coleman. And I want to pick up on that and go to Carlos with this question that I've been holding on to, which is basically what does this change operationally, at least the announcement of this, in terms of Russian air defense, in terms of permissive airspace? We're talking about the actual capability of the munition here. But what does that do operationally, and what are the signals that you see from this JDAM reporting, Carlos?
Sure. I think the political pressure has been working, and I think it's been slowly turning on these things. In terms of like capabilities, here's the second piece though that's important to bring up. The United States and our allies would not be giving these or even announcing this capability without having confidence in a Ukrainian win on their terms. So that's, I think, what the messaging I see is. To Russia itself, it's again, they should have had air superiority a long time ago and kept it. The fact that they lost it so quickly kind of drove them to show their hand in terms of, hey, they had great videos that we've been watching, but even just looking at how they conducted themselves in Syria, I think a lot of us were scratching our heads. So these capabilities getting turned on is absolutely a statement in our confidence. Not only in they're going to gain back their airspace, which is a part of, right? I mean, that is their airspace, but that they're going to give those ground force commanders the full capability of everything that we have in our arsenal for this particular conversation, anyways, to be able to get the big win. And then Charles, I was thinking about one of the things. So I know that Army beat Navy, but if the Marine Corps had its own team, then the Marines would have beat Army. Just want to throw that in there.
It's all about, at some level, it's all about team chemistry, right? Yeah, no further comment, I guess.
Yeah, there are only 64 crayons in a box, Dolman. It's hard to feed Marines with that many. Sorry, Carlos. I had to do it, man. Let's go to George, fellow Army buddy.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, just we were talking about the MiG-29s, right? That are coming from was it Slovakia, and how they're delayed. So we were postulating maybe that they're being delayed so that they can have pylons put in that would be able to use more Western type munitions. Issue with the MiG-29 is its center pylon. That's what I'm going to ask Carlos. Its center pylon can take a 1,500 liter drop tank, right? So we're talking about 1,500 kilograms, right? That's what that would probably weigh. And the Storm Shadow weighs 1,300 kilograms. So do you think it would be possible that it would be able to carry that weight on that center pylon, where, let's say, a 1,500 liter drop tank would be?
Yeah, there's some other considerations when you have the suspension. They may need to modify the rail itself or the little feet that push down onto the particular thing. Drop tanks are particularly weird because of how they, again, the shape that they are. So it isn't necessarily just a weight component. There's also the air piece of it, right? Basically the parasitic drag that the thing that's suspended underneath there. So there may need to be some modification, but I think it's a pretty easy thing for the engineers to figure out.
Yeah, because I was looking at the Su-25s, and I think their pylons, the pylons that they have, the greatest weight they can lift is about 1,000 kilograms. That's why.
Yeah, that's true. Except for, again, it's about whether they have a symmetrical load or not as well. So the only sometimes maybe you would need to use 2 instead of 1, just because when something comes off the wing, depending on how far it is out there, it creates a crazy moment arm, but not necessarily a showstopper.
Yeah, thank you for that. So that's why I was like intrigued by these MiG-29s being delayed for several weeks. Hopefully, somebody's shoehorning something on it.
A good point.
Big Papa?
Yeah, I'm still kind of laughing about gravity bombs and just the idea of dropping one and then everybody's floating around like they're in space. But so go back to Daryl brought up a point last night is why or not why, but well, I guess why are they getting these now? What's the about the timing? And couldn't it be couldn't a major factor of it be basically they're running out of the S-300, so they're getting Patriot. They're gonna be without their long range missile system. And as far as these bombs, I'm wondering if maybe they're running out of the dumb bombs, just the iron bombs. And someone said simply, hey, if we can give them bombs, but we're going to have to redo the pylons. And if we're going to redo the pylons, we might as well give them this. So it may just be could it just be that a major factor? They're starting to run out of these old Soviet systems. I know they're making their artillery shells now, the 152 or whatever it is, but they probably don't have a capacity to get any more of the S-300 missiles or possibly these Soviet style bombs.
Yeah, the bombs themselves, I would say, because remember, these are just dumb bombs, and so they've been around for a long time. Really, the only thing that has changed in them is some stabilizing additives, so that, for example, they can be on carriers, and if there was a fire, the cook-off time is far less, or whatever. But in terms of the rest of it, they've been around for a really long time. Most anybody could make them, even if you were making former Soviet Union diameter bombs. That factory could be easily retooled to make these particular bombs. I think the real significance is on the kit, just because, again, they are kits that strap onto other things. So I hadn't really maybe postulated the other piece that you were talking about, but in terms of giving them a different type of smart weapon, that's really the significance. And I don't know, just I guess George also want to talk about the delay. That's what I would think as well, that there's a delay would come in that it's easiest for them to be able to do something in country versus putting it into theater, to be able to rewire something, harnesses or whatever they needed to do.
But regardless of why, I'm glad they're getting them, and I'll drop down. Thank you for your answer.
Thanks a lot, Big Papa. As I'm listening to these kits regarding JDAMs, I mean, so this was new to me, and obviously I'm not an expert in air munitions. I had always thought that JDAMs was a completely assembled system. I didn't know that there were kits for this, but it reminded me of the ground-launched small diameter bomb that we talked about earlier, built on the MLRS rockets from Boeing Saab that they're introducing. I'm not sure, Carlos or Latin. What is the difference between how these different things work? For me, I'm just looking at it like a simpleton. One is air fired, the other one is ground fired.
Sorry, go ahead, Latin. Okay, never mind.
He just dropped. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I can tackle this. I'm just in terms of I like your parallel there because it is essentially that. And ironically enough, it's Boeing, right? It's a Boeing product that is this kit that's going on to an existing munition, if you will. And so then, I mean, the thing is, they've been around for a while, as you know. So in terms of how they've been modernized, if you will, it's just better self-protect in the sense that what we talk about, the GPS denied environment, and of course a little bit of INS, if you will. But that's what makes them, I guess, a lot easier to for the military to be able to say, okay, we can turn on this capability. It's not like giving an entire system, right? It's really just like, okay, they have the platform. We know that they're flexible and adaptive, and that's what we're going to go with. So I think that's what because I know for a long time, Charles, when I was going, they have a thing called Warfighter School, and Raytheon and Boeing participate, and a couple other people, obviously. And you just sit there and finally like, oh, that's what, you know what I mean? The same thing. It's like the smart part of the weapon is now the body. I'm sorry, not the body, but the little puck they put on the back. And the fins just give it the guidance. And then the second piece is, again, how does it talk to the person who's inputting the coordinates, who in this case is the pilot? And that's the only other piece. It was about adapting the computers, and that's what takes so long. If you give it to the OEM, right, the manufacturers, it takes them a while to upgrade the software that is in the jet, and of course they have to put it through testing and all this other stuff, versus doing a more ad hoc method. You can not mess with the aircraft mission computer, but still have something talk to the weapon.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I understand that in terms of artillery. There's often programming that happens for the artillery fuses. We were talking about with the Gepards today, how they're timed as they come out of the barrel. So I can draw some parallels there. Thank you. Let's go to Latin first, and then we'll go to Daryl.
Yep, thanks, Charles. Just a quick note on the MiG-29 as a potential platform. The centerline station on the MiG-29 it's actually not a weapons pylon as such. It's an attachment point for the external tank, which kind of has an integrated pylon. So anything's possible. We know that who would have guessed they would have integrated a harm onto a 29 a few months ago. But I think it would be a little more complicated, and their 29 fleet is pretty busy with SEAD and with air defense. I would lean towards the 25 for the smaller ordnance, and if they wanted to deliver a larger JDAM, then that would probably be a higher value target. They might be willing to then risk their Su-24 fleet, but I don't see MiG-29 being used with JDAM. I could be wrong.
What do you think, Carlos? I mean, they've hacked the harm. Is that still possible now with the JDAM, or is this too big of a hill?
No, I think it is absolutely possible. It really just comes down to saying, how do we get all of our assets into the fight and working in conjunction? Because again, if they work in tandem, it is far more survivable, right? As a in terms of like putting together a mission package. Would I think that they're looking at both platforms, or I should say even all three, but all their platforms in order to adapt it? I would say absolutely. And it's just that, again, I think Latin brings up the point of like which one is best suited to do this. If you take a fighter guy and you're teaching him attack versus taking an attack guy and just letting him be an attack pilot. So that's just a better suited for the mission and for the air crew at this point in time.
Is it possible to combine the capabilities of both weapon systems in two different aircrafts? So I mean, I need your help with this, Carlos and Latin, but I mean, you've got the JDAM, you've got the harm. Is it possible for one aircraft to, of course, use the capabilities of the harm and communicate to the other one to actually drop the JDAM, or is that too complicated?
It's really just the harm. It comes down to the mission planning piece for that particular thing. The guy who's going to drop the JDAM just needs somebody to give him a coordinate, whether it's self-generated, generated by the other platform. And I'll give you one example. So usually when we fly as a two-ship, if you will, one guy will get closer to the target area to generate coordinates to then give to the other guy who's going to push from a point. So the time to the kill chain is shorter, if you will, versus self-generating the coordinate, then going out to a release point, it takes a little bit longer. So they will adapt that tactic, if you will. And then a fighter attack platform is a lot more, it's an older, it's an older SOP in the sense that, we have multi-role guys, so we kind of change hats mid-flight to be able to do these things. But again, for the way they're fighting right now, you would absolutely have one guy concentrating on harm and suppression of enemy air defenses, as well as self-protect and taking care of a potential air-to-air picture if it were to present itself. And then the attack guy is solely focused on delivering the best weapon he can to the target that he's intended to, whoever gave him that coordinate.
Okay, so hunter-killer team is a thing in air attack.
Yes, absolutely. And the CD, that's when you throw them together, suppression and then destruction, if you will.
Okay, great. Thanks. Daryl, hey, see you on the flip side. Normally
Hey.
we're on the opposite sides of the earth. Thanks.
That's right. Son, they done flipped the earth over on us. Hey, just out of curiosity, what platform, say, with the 2,000-pound JDAM, what platform would equal the craft that we would use to drop that? What aircraft is on the Russian, Russian manufacturer? What aircraft is it?
It's a Sukhoi. I mean, they're the ones who primarily that we're talking about that have the attack platforms that they're using currently.
It could carry the weight of that bomb.
Yes, and I mean, technically, all of them can carry it. It's just the suspension equipment is the secondary piece, right? So all of them can actually carry that weight. It just comes down to the suspension equipment that each one has. That's kind of what Latin was alluding to with the MiG-29 center pylon being primarily designed to carry an external fuel tank. It's just designed differently. Now, it's not to say they can't get there. They would, just again, it's going back to the drawing board, if you will, to be able to say, okay, let's make this so it can talk to a mission computer to then be able to max or use the smart weapon, if you will.
Yeah, because the reason I'm asking is, what other aircraft platform would be better suited rather than trying to adapt it to one that they have currently? What is one that they could acquire? What aircraft could they acquire and be better suited? That would be that's the next question for that.
Sure, absolutely. So Congress just authorized the Air Force to retire some of its A-10s, and those would be outstanding for attack and JDAM. Used, obviously, they have very limited self-protect, right? So they would need, they would need the same protection that a Su-24, Su-25 would. And then, of course, I mean, F-16s, obviously, they're fighter attack, but used in CD fighter or attack role. They could do all of it. They're the switchblade, if you will.
Okay, because that, we're talking about trying to adapt them to what they have at current. But if they were able to acquire, even if it's just a few, acquire it so that they could use these more efficiently without the changing up, adapting, blah blah, doing all of the things that make make time to target a lot longer in this case because they have to build it. That's the reason why I would love to see what we could do, even if it's an older aircraft, something, even if it's not the F-16. What else do we have that would be available? Isn't there a what was it, the F-14 or one of those aircraft? Even if we're not using it ourselves because of what happened, something to that effect.
Daryl, I suspect you've watched the original Top Gun very recently if you're bringing up F-14s. But I would definitely not fly F-14s right now. Just the cost of those things is crazy. But yes, I hear what you're saying. A-10 would be best suited. F-16s would be best suited, as well as any NATO platform for the most part. But the utility of the way that they would be using it in terms of like getting them to the next phase of the war,